here? Thomas Carwick? Of course, the one evening I am at a barbecue. The 100k stream happens. Well, it does feel like it's a barbecue here, because I am sweating my balls off, and I'm going to do some live narrations. But at the moment, we're doing this preliminary phase of me setting things up, because I'm not an experienced streamer at all. Who he's late? He is not. He is exactly on time. Precisely on time, I would say. Oh, dear. Well, shout out to the mods in the chat. We got Joe, IDC Gaming. We got Jim Flint. Dale's around as well. Jeff can be here if he wants to be. Who else have we got here? Well, Thomas, I'm sorry you had a barbecue. I hope the food is delicious. But these videos are saved anyway. Now, I need to check. Can you actually bloody see me? Because I'm talking to myself here. I've got nobody in the chat saying anything. They should be saying something. So I've actually got a laptop to the side of me, so I can have a look and keep an eye on things while I'm going to be reading things. So we're going to give that a shot, and hopefully it'll actually work. Joe, well, I don't know if what Joe's just said is a case of, you know, great minds think alike, but it could very well be. Oh, good! You can see me. Late 5 minutes. It's expected. Technical issues are expected with me because I am notoriously technologically illiterate. Right, so who have we got here? So, Vortex7358, 2 a.m. stream. It's 6 p.m. where I am. I'm trying to get, like, the most amount of people watching the stream as possible. So, I'm very, very sorry to my Australian friends watching at 2 in the morning. I will try and do something in your time zone at some point, but, you know, we'll need to actually do some planning for that, and I'm notoriously bad at that. Okay, right, who have we got? Flint and Joe are testing. Dimitri is saying midnight. Where is it bloody midnight? Where are you? Like, middle of Siberia in an igloo or something? Like, where are you guys from? Okay. Michael Moore, thank you very much. Welcome to Hyperspace Hero. Welcome to YouTube membership. Oh, yes, he seems like a nice lad. Right, who have we got here? Jambo and Krista, hello. Cybervirus, hello. Jaren, hola. Hello to you two, my Mexican / Spanish / other Spanish-speaking countries friend. William Klein Knight, this should be good. Let's go. I think you're overestimating me there. Right. Who have we got here? People are pointing out how I'm late. All right. Okay. What's everyone's favorite stories? Yeah, that question's come up. So I will basically the way this is going to work is I've already been sent a bunch of stuff on the Discord and on the YouTube channel, and I actually have scenes where I can move between the two. So this is our Discord, and yes, I can actually move here. Although my green screen is incredibly shit, as you can see. So yes, so for this one I can move towards the live chat here. I can see you there. Let me get that up, and from there I can basically see the comments. So here's the post which I made. We've got a few. Well, thank you very much for the congratulations, by the way. It's still settling in a little bit. 100,000 subscribers. Like, I wanted to hit that mark for a little while, but I think for it to happen now and for it to happen in the way it has is honestly the gravity of it hasn't really hit me yet. But thank you so much anyway. I mean, it's insane how far we've come, and it's insane how only a few months ago we were doing the 69,420 subscribers. So we've jumped up a little bit. I hope we continue jumping up a bit to the moon. Okay, right. There's the chat. Chat is good. YouTube's there. So we are going to transition the scene back to the Discord. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay. So the way it's going to work is we got the Discord here. And we've got the YouTube, which I've just shown you. So we've got 2 separate channels. Live reading requests up here. Now, we've had a few people put the questions here instead, and vice versa. So don't do that. And we've got questions for me to answer in this thread here. So if you don't know what's going on, if you've only just shown up, if you haven't seen the announcements in Discord, if you haven't seen the announcements on YouTube, and you have questions to ask me, or things you want me to read, go into these threads now, go into the YouTube, go onto any of the posts I just mentioned, and drop your question, drop your requests, and I will do them. That is the whole point of this. And as for how long we're going to be, until I drop, I suspect. And I brought alcohol for the occasion. This is a Tamlovlin Scotch whiskey, and I do have brandy as well, along with a copious amount of other alcohols. But you know, let's start with one at a time. So at the moment, I'm just happy to, you know, people are coming in. I want to give them the chance to come in and say hi, and then we will make a start. And also, it started off as a joke, really, but I do have my pet name for all of you, what I'm going to call everyone. So I don't have to just say, hey, chat, do this, or hey, guys, or hey, everyone, because that's what all the other, that's what a lot of other YouTubers do. And I want to be part of the cool kids club. I want to be a cool YouTuber. And like all these cool YouTubers have like their special name they call people that watch them. So we've had a bunch of ideas. We've had like netlings, viewers, nets viewers. Like we've had some bad ones. We've had some pretty decent ones. But we have agreed on what the actual one is going to be, and I think it's one that not only I really like. It's like when I saw it, I just thought that's the one. But I think you guys will like it as well. So we've been live for 6 minutes. Let's see how many people we've got and how many people are here. Oh, Hong Kong! Oh wow! Well, I tell you what though, it's insane to sort of look at my my stats behind the scenes on YouTube and see where people are from, because it's understandable, of course, that I get a lot of my viewers in the United States or in the UK, my home country, but also Germany. We've got the third most viewed country I'm in is Germany for some reason, and obviously English is a second language there to a lot of people. And we've also got Australia. Great, love our Aussies. Even though I can't seem to sync live streams and community meetups with their time zones, which is really annoying. In fact, I can have a look at the tab which you shouldn't be able to see, and find out exactly where you guys are from. Because I know Germany, the UK, and the US are some of the top ones. We've also got the Philippines. You've got a lot of English speakers over there. We've got Brazil as well, which I was very surprised by. Oh, shush you. So I'm just going to go through the list. Oh, yeah. I forgot about Canada. Canada is up there as well. So the United States, UK, Canada, Philippines, Australia, Germany, India. Yeah, that's understandable. India has a massive population. Sweden as well. Sweden has a lot of people from Sweden. The Netherlands and Poland, Denmark, probably from the Hunter or Huntress fans there. Finland, New Zealand, for some reason really, really low on the list. Norway, South Africa, Brazil, Romania, France, Ireland. I've got more French people watching this channel than Irish people, which is very, very strange. Then we got, 0.4% of the audience, like Indonesia, Italy, Mexico, Austria, Spain, Switzerland, Belgium. But it's insane. It's insane seeing people come in and saying where they're from. Because I mean, Hong Kong, that wasn't on my list. So thank you very much for subscribing, sticking around. I hope everything's fine for you as well in Hong Kong. We got Jamaica here in the chat. Andrew Williams. It's honestly, it's amazing because when I started this. I was literally just in a room in a London apartment, and I was doing the 9 till 5, coming in and out, and I got incredibly bored. I basically pretty much just moved to London, and I got bored, so that's when I sort of started the channel, and I got bored. I got a little bit better at it over time, and then COVID hit, and when I was working in finance as a remittance guy, working in remittance. I won't go into specific detail with what I did because I'm aware that a few of my former colleagues watched the channel as well. So when COVID hit, I very quickly learned that I was able to actually do the videos and do that instead of my actual work, and I could still get paid. So that's pretty much what I did. So back in the good old days of a Hunter or Huntress episode every single morning. That's why. Like, I woke up at 6 in the morning. You know, I was the first one there, did all my tasks in 5 minutes, and then just recorded a bunch of Hunter or Huntresses. Like, yeah, productive day. There we go. And it was in that same place during COVID and towards the end of the COVID where I actually quit to do this full time. So yeah, it was a bit of a risk back then. I think back then I was only had about 20,000 subscribers and stuff, but you know, I wasn't happy at my workplace, and I was much happier doing this, and I still love doing this. And honestly, to see it grow from those days in COVID to what it is now with 100,000 subscribers, that is absolutely insane. So thank you so much. I promise I'm not going to turn into Logan Paul or Jake Paul or whatever they're called, doing crypto scams. You know, my downfall is the beginning. I'm not going to be a creep on Discord or whatever. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see where my downfall comes from. Is like, am I going to turn out to be a pedo? Am I going to do a crypto scam? No, I'm not. I'm not going to do any of that shit. We got people from New York, Germany again, Poland. I know we got a lot of Polish people. Sweden has a lot of people from Sweden. Okay, Sweden has a higher population than I would expect. And that's mainly because Finland next door has a very low population, and it's a low densely packed population, because most of the population is in Helsinki, and there's nobody else up north. I still don't want to mess with them, though. So let's have a look down the chat. Isn't Retreat Hell a 40k thing? Retreat Hell, I can't remember Retreat Hell. It might be one of the requested ones. So how many here are authors Net has narrated? Well, there are quite a few. I do know that. And if you're actually an author I've worked with on Discord, you can actually get a special role. Not many people know that, and some people like to slip under the radar. But it's amazing how many authors I've worked with that you know are now on the Discord. So it's insane. Let's have a look. Tigra, yep, Hunter or Huntress. Yeah, I know he submitted me something in Danish as well. So if you're wondering like what the limits on what I will narrate are live, I think it's just don't get me banned. Please don't get me banned. I've just hit 100,000 subscribers. I don't want to be banned on YouTube. Don't make it like ridiculously long, because that's not fair on everybody else, and we sort of want to get everyone. We want to give everyone the opportunity to be able to submit their things. And oh yeah, don't make it something that I need to chase permission for. Like anything else is in the public domain, or you know, quotes from something, absolutely go for it. But if it's basically an HFY story, I need to contact the author, get permission, which I may or may not get, and then I can do it. But I can't do it before. Important. However, if you are the author of an HFY story and you make that clear, great. I will happily do it. So we're going to have a look. So we're going to have a look at the chat first. We're going to see how many people are coming in. 22 viewers, and then we are going to debut the pet name that it's a pet name. Such a stupid term for it, but it is what I will call you rather than guys or chat or something. It's so impersonal. Right. Washington State. Ah, yes, that's where Seattle is. Home of Shadowrun. Piv, why is he showing the VC? I'm not showing the VC. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Sweden has a high population of English speakers. Yep. Yes, if I ever drop the moral standard, yep, please hold me to account. None of that stupid AI crap. Your narrations always get me through work, man. Love you. Thank you very much, Mountain Bunker. It was actually me getting bored and sick to death at work that gave me the idea to make the channel in the first place. And quite a lot of the videos for several years were made during work when I was bored of my tits. So yeah, I completely understand your pain. Right, I'm not a Minecraft YouTuber. I'm not going to become an Epstein client. No, the dude said, like, nobody's come after me for the Epstein shit yet. And I was really, really drunk when I made that bet. And I do have autism. It's one of those impulsive things that when I get that idea in my head, I will not stop until I just satisfy it. So when I did the Epstein stuff, I didn't have any idea how long it was going to be. I think by the end, like, I didn't care. I didn't care about editing out the mistakes and stuff. I didn't care about my stuttering. I just wanted to get it done. But yeah, that over 25 hours, and you know, I'm open to doing something that tops that, but I haven't found it yet. So Retreat tells portal opens from fantasy place to continental US. US proceeds to throw them. Yeah, I can understand. SCP narrations from Mountain Bonker. I did try SCP stuff at some point. I specifically, like, there are a bunch of SCP YouTubers out there, and there's one, I'll give him a shout out here, called The Volgan. He is an Irish YouTuber, and he presents the SCPs so good that I don't want to, you know, do my own, like, I can't top that from what I understand. Although I understand, you know, he has an editing team, he can make the video look a bit better, which is great. I don't have any, is just me at the moment, but that might change. But I did try some of the groups of interest for the SCP Foundation. So I tried Marshall, Carter, and Dark, who are the sort of gentlemanly British amoral merchants of anonymous objects, and I thought that'd be perfect for me, with my accent, with my presentation. It didn't do that well. I think I started about 3 years ago, but I realized, like, nobody's watching the videos. I've got to stop. And I did try the Chaos Insurgency for a little bit, but the same thing there. I might give it another go in the future, just if I have the time. And I did do the things Dr. Bright is not allowed to do at the Foundation, which has now been deleted from the website, so great, more traffic my way. I'm not going to say no to doing it again, but I'm a little bit wary of my prior experience with that. I'm sorry if I'm not looking at the camera. I'm not used to looking at the camera. The camera is right there, but the chat is there. No, there on the webcam. My webcam's inverted as well. It'll be cool for authors to do more fantasy meets the modern era. I've done that a little bit with Galactic High. Tigre does that very well with Hunter or Huntress. We've got Operation Snow Eagle, sort of. Wearing power armor to magic school. I think we have a lot in that genre, actually featuring on the channel at the moment. So I think when I started HFY, it's like it was very, you know, science fiction in space. But ever since I started, it's grown massively. It's branched off. So Dungeon Core, for example, like when I did Dungeon Life on the channel, great series, and the Survivor becomes a dungeon. Like that's a genre all on its own. But it started with HFY. And there's also Pancakes and all that, which is... Well, it hasn't featured on the channel. It is featured on the Patreon, because if I put it on the channel, I'd be banned. But there's that genre of HFY that's branched out into its own thing. I mean, at this point, Sexy Space Babes, it's almost got more stories on it than the actual HFY subreddit. And what else? We've got Isekai. Isekai HFY is branched off as well. So we've got all this new stuff coming in. So if you think you've got a unique idea, run with it, because you know, I'll probably end up doing it at some point. Right. What else we got? Yeah, the niche stuff. I did try doing the niche stuff with SCP, but having said that, I was very inexperienced at the time. So maybe once I get editors and doing all that, I wouldn't mind doing it, but not right now. And I really miss your narrations of Dungeon Life. Yeah, I had to stop that series, unfortunately, because the author requested it. No hard feelings whatsoever. He's actually got an official proper voice actor for Audible doing that series on there, and it ain't me. So you know, if you want to listen to Dungeon Life past what I've done, absolutely go on Audible. Although having said that, I'm on Audible now. I understand a lot of people liked Fractured Empire Helheim. And I do still have... That reminds me, I still have promo codes. I can do a giveaway here, can't I? Right, we got 27 viewers, so... I'm going to do a giveaway of a code, and then I'm going to reveal the pet name. So are people cool with that? Are people bothered about having a promo code? Oh, Mountain Bunker, thank you very much for the donation. That's very kind of you. That basically goes to my alcohol fund, my coffee fund, my tea fund, and sleeping pills. Cheers. Voice chat. You're talking about voice chat in Discord, which I am not in. Okay. So, I tell you what, we'll do a giveaway of the code later. But for now, my pet name for all of you guys. So, I'm gonna make this a dramatic thing. What do you think the nickname is? And mods are not allowed to answer because they already know what it is. Go. What's the name I'm calling all of you? Of course, I'm aware there's a little bit of a delay on the chat, so we'll see. Oh dear, everyone's gone. Bro is calling himself not a real voice actor while making a living from it. I guess there's a little bit of imposter syndrome. I'm not, a pro. I haven't featured on a dubbed anime. I haven't done voice acting for gaming. Both of those things would be rather cool, though. But yeah, Audible is a big step for me. So I'm very thankful to Zach and Daniel for giving me that opportunity. And I had great fun doing the book. And if I'm able to come back for future books that they do, I'll be happy to do so. Right, I want a drum roll. No, I can do a on the desk there. I could do sound effects on the videos now. Well, percussive sound effects. I'm not high tech enough to do voice changing stuff. Bipeds, something with nets. No, it's none of this. Okay, all right. I'm going to give you the I'm going to give you the pet name now. Right, I will do the dramatic drum roll. I'll move my keyboard out the way. What's up, Deathwolders? Yep, that's the name. Deathwolders. In retrospect, it should have been very fucking obvious to do, but it took me several days to actually do it. Or not do it, but for someone to basically point it out. I can't remember who it was. I probably should have worked that out before I said that. But thank you very much. Whoever suggested Deathwolders, fucking genius, because that works. Right, and I really hope... Yes, okay, you hear. So, Deathwolders, I'm going to shoehorn that in as much as possible. So, what's up, Deathwolders? Okay, Deathwolders, have you done this? Yeah, I've officially joined the Cool Kids... Yeah, the Cool Kids Club of the cool YouTubers. So, Cinder has Pyropups. I don't know. Covert Go Blue has Mesa Falcons because he plays Magic the Gathering. But yeah, we're Deathwolders. That's it. It's locked in. No changing. No baxes. You are Deathwolders, not Netlings or anything like that. Deathwolders. So, Deathwolders. Let's get on with the goddamn community narrations. I'm going to do a couple of live narrations. I'm hoping you're able to see the text. And then I'm going to try and answer a few questions. Now, before I do that, I'm actually going to make sure I can see the chat and the stream. Well, it's there for me, but the laptop is there. It's got the chat. So if you're being naughty and the mods don't see it... Of live narrations, oh god, get out. I'm hoping you're able to see the chat. There we go. Muted. Okay, good. Yes. Well, just to clarify the comment about Cinder, I haven't watched Cinder. I've just watched, like, highlights. So it's like, oh, I'm bored on the channel, or it's like, okay, I've got to chill out for narration for, like, 2 minutes. I can watch a highlight video, which is kind of funny. And then I can, that's basically where I get the reference from. What is your name? Net Narrator. I'm not... Well, to be fair, it's not that hard to find my IRL name, but it's... Mentioning it is just probably not good form. It's on the audiobook. It's even on my LinkedIn. So, do with it what you will. Please don't send me shit. I should actually get a PO box so you could. There we go. But no, that's a bit egotistical. I'm not going to do that. I'm grateful for everything already, so there's no point in doing that kind of stuff. Okay. Deathwolders. Let's narrate something. I'm going to start by going through this channel on the Discord. I don't know what the hell you call it. And yeah, I'm going to do a couple of them until I get a little bit bored, and then I'm going to answer a few questions, I guess. So if you want to submit anything, you still can. Like that's the whole point. I just wanted to get a lot of stuff to get me going. So Skussus is asking me in your favorite voice. Okay, so I can do that. Your favorite voice?
Would you rather have a mirror to see the other yous in the future you could have been, or to see your past lives in that mirror?
There we go. That's definitely one of my favorite voices, the Spiffing Brit. Now, if you're a channel member, there is a certain another voice which has not debuted publicly. That you know the one I mean. You know the voice. If you remember, you know the voice. That is definitely one of my favorites as well. But
the Spiffing Brit, yes, Spanko.
That is definitely one of my favorites. Now, Whisper is saying reread Humanity Doesn't Give a Fuck in all of your current characters' voices and past characters' voices. Each line of a sentence with the names of each character. Okay, well, while I load that up, I will do the one from, I believe that's Piff. The trouble is, I'm in streaming mode. I can't see who's submitted it. God damn it. Now, how do I turn... I don't know how I turn streamer mode off. Never mind. So, any voice is torture enough. And this is stuff in Polish. W skupnianie czurzasz brzmi w Drzynzini, a zynbrenzin z tego szling. Wolgo piata, pani Czarazuzu. Bokos pantak breski w gazuzu? And with that, I've lost all of my Polish viewers. Jan Breskwa. Jezazus. There's a lot of Z's in Polish. I don't know how you're meant to say them. But I mean, I think the rule I sort of gave myself with there will be scritches when doing a foreign voice I don't necessarily know with weird accents is just make it a really, really hammy weird accent, and then you can probably get away with it. That's how you pronounce stuff correctly. Humanity Doesn't Give a Fuck. I will try and get that. Give me a sec, let me bring it up. Now, if you're going to submit me something, try and give me a link, because if you don't, it's a pain in the ass. Now, I can't remember how long this video was. Okay, it's about... the original video was about 22 minutes. Okay, so we are going to swap the scene. Summoning a demon by speaking Polish. Absolutely, I am. Right, where are we? Okay, so this is okay because the authors did previously give me permission. The video itself, money does go to charity. I'm pretty sure that's the one that goes to charity. Actually, I need to double check. It's either... Oh no, that's... I'm getting that confused with Don't Fuck With Our Boats. But obviously I got permission to do this one, originally. So, what's the stipulation I was given? Reread Humanity Doesn't Give a Fuck, but in all of your current characters' voices and past characters' voices, each line of a sentence with the names of each character. Okay, I'm going to do that with a paragraph rather than a sentence, purely because I don't want to take forever. So, here goes. When we first made contact with humanity, we were surprised. Actually, I better zoom this in so you people can see. Let's see if that's a bit better. Of course, it's a bit more difficult to read, but we'll see how it goes. Right, I think this will work. Okay. When we first made contact with humanity, we were surprised. After all, it's not every day that an interplanetary government screws up so badly that they manage to miss an entire new sentient species in our own damn territory. Now, it may have been a rather unimportant, undeveloped expanse of our territory, but with the amount of radio signals the humans were fleeing into the void with reckless abandon left, our leaders with no excuse. Oh. No, I redo that. But with the amount of radio signals the humans were fleeing into the void with reckless abandon, left our leaders with no excuse. So, this is the thing about doing it live. Sometimes I fluff things up, and usually I edit it out, and you don't normally see sense I've messed up in the video. So it does happen. And something you may have noticed as well is I have a little bit of a stutter. It is a little bit of a speech impediment on my part, but that normally gets edited out as well. But yeah, you'll be able to hear it during the live stream, of course. So my apologies for that. Right, what voice next? Yes. I can do Tink from Hunter x Huntress.
The answers to that question could wait, but the humans could not. They had already deciphered our language, and were attempting to hail a colony world of ours that they had apparently been observing for about one of their years already. At least the galactic bureaucracy already had protocol for this sort of thing, although it was usually reserved for a primitive species finally discovering FTL, and a 100 light-year sphere around their cradle world was set aside for them. Too bad that roughly 30% of that was Karkan space, but we'll get to that later. Now, could you lovely lads and lasses in the chat give me voices you want me to do?
Right, well, I'm going to try and, maybe do Jackalope. Yes. The answers to that question could wait, but the humans could not. They had already deciphered our language, and were attempting to hail a colony world of ours that they had apparently been observing for about one of their years already. At least the galactic bureaucracy already had protocol for this sort of thing, although it was usually reserved for a primitive species finally discovering FTL, and a 100 light-year sphere around their cradle world was set aside for them. Too bad that, roughly 30% of that... No. Too bad that roughly 30% of that was Karkan space, but we'll get to that later. What next? I don't actually have that many voices. I'll do Petty Officer Shida, or Sapphire, or any number of other female characters I do. Once our diplomats made contact with this new species, we were even more surprised at their appearance and mannerisms. You see, Earth happened to be on the very upper limit of the gravitational spectrum that had been theorized for planets able to develop spacefaring life. Indeed, if their gravity were any higher, then it would have been impossible for their early spaceflight attempts to reach orbit, and they would have likely given up like we've seen several other species do. Unless they were uplifted, but it was rare that any race would take on the responsibility of uplifting such a species.
We got a reference for Billy Bob! Now, I think we got two different voices for Billy Bob here. One is my natural Southern Comfort voice, even though Billy Bob is apparently from California. And second is my bloody hillbilly Billy Bob voice! So, let's get on with it. Once our diplomats made contact with this new species, we were even more surprised at their appearance and mannerisms. You see, Earth happened to be on the very upper limit of the gravitational spectrum that had theorized... Did I already do this paragraph? Yes, I did. My apologies, Billy Bob has been having too many whiskies. Scotch whiskey, not the better American whiskey. Allow me to further explain for those of you whom have not had the pleasure of meeting with a human. Most high-gravity sapient species are about half the size of humans at their largest, and use their intelligence and large numbers to solve problems as a group and compete with larger predator species. Now, that's not to say the humans were large. Far from it, in fact, as the humans' average height, about 2 of their meters, is just under half of the galactic average height. As such, the humans were rather strong compared to even other high-gravity sapients, and monstrously strong compared to the average galactic species. Further... Oh no. Hillbilly Billy Bob. Okay. Hillbilly Bob. Yes, that's the official voice. Furthermore, the humans were rather ungraceful in their movements. After living under such high gravity for all of their lives, their motions are quick and efficient, almost mechanical, even in comparison with that of the other races. As such, they quickly got a reputation as bumbling strongmen. This reputation wasn't helped by their seemingly endless optimism and unflappability. Well, in every regard but to their past, they were unflappable. It was rather cute, if I'm being perfectly honest, seeing the human diplomats blush and squirm as they described a rather boring common history of warfare and strife. They were so ashamed of it that it made a few of our diplomats laugh, as they described to the increasingly relieved humans that they weren't monsters for fighting a few wars among their people. Alright, next one. Emperor Ball. I'm assuming you mean Emperor Basilis. It also didn't help the stereotypes that humans had a way of using brute force to solve problems. Human engineers even use their percussive maintenance techniques regularly when stationed on ships and stations. And, to quote one saying, the only surprising thing about a human smashing a piece of delicate machinery to fix it is that it actually starts to work once they are done. Okay, I haven't done that voice in a little while. It's been a while since we visited Emperor Basilis, and I miss Small Galaxy, even though it's had the worst sex scene I've ever done. Spifflemonk, I was just about to do that one, actually. Okay. I love that series, by the way. I love doing an alien place. It's so goddamn fun.
Great days and glorious victory. My name is Spifflemonk, and Net Narrator has kidnapped me. Anyway, the more we learned of the humans, the more laughable they seemed to be. They became the butt of many jokes among the members of the bureaucracy. The humans found out, of course, and our government cringed in anticipation for the worst kind of retribution. Part of the reason that there were so many jokes about the humans is that we were all still a bit afraid of the monstrously strong apes. But the humans, to borrow one of their own expressions, the humans didn't give a fuck. They laughed it off and even shared a few jokes they made up at their own expense.
Try speaking without closing your mouth, with teeth being an exception. No. Right, yes, now let's go for Jarek's. Although this experience helped to assuage many of the fears that the species of the bureaucracy had about the humans, several new jokes were made about them, in good faith, I assure you. One of them being that if a species tried to invade human space, then they'd give up their cradle world without a fight. I've had Jarek's, but now let's go for Glera, Jarek's mother. For the next couple of years, the humans were contentedly expanding with their... Okay, I fucked that up. For the next couple of years, the humans were contentedly expanding within their area of buffer space, setting up mining stations, colonies, and trade deals left and right. The humans were natural laborers, it turned out. Galactic average intelligence, which to give the humans credit was nothing to scoff at, combined with their monstrous strength and seemingly endless energy reserves, meant that they could churn out resources and consumer goods like no other species we'd ever seen. Wow, Joe's mentioning my nationality, so... Oh, it might be fun if I do a different one. It was beginning to look like the start of an economic golden age for the humans. Oh, and everyone else was happy for them, especially because of the high quality of the goods that they produced. Oh, it was too bad that that largest trade deal fell through. Okay, that was a bad idea. Right, other accents. I'm drawing a blank. I can't do. Oh no, I can do Yarrow from Sexy Space Babes. Although it's been a while since we've come back to that story. The humans, rather early on in establishing interspecies trade, signed a ludicrously profitable trade deal with the Sarkuk Stellar Gospel, a highly religious avian species that has been attempting to peacefully convert the rest of their galactic neighbors to their religion with little success. This trade deal was the backbone of the human economy, and provided them with the resources they needed to begin production of goods on a scale never before seen by human commerce. Karen, oh god, that's a hard one.
Which makes what happened next, as I said previously, a minor tragedy. One of the human leaders was caught by some rim system tabloid rag called the Sarkuk, the Jehovah's Witnesses of the galaxy, and that he was rather annoyed sometimes with their ever-present evangelism, even though they made excellent trade partners.
Oh, that's a hard one. Levi, thank you very much. Stopping by, saying long enough to say thanks for all you do. I'm happy to do it. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching, and I'm, thank you for letting me keep doing this, because it's great fun. Crocodile General from Human Hunt. That's too obscure. I don't necessarily know it. Right, where was I? I think I'm here. Oh dear. Right, what shall I do next?
Ah, yes, I will do Baron from Hunter x Huntress, because that kills my throat and this is a short paragraph. The article made its way to the purview of the Sci-fi speaker, and, outraged at the comments, she declared that all Sark trade with such a godless and unthankful species would end immediately. She immediately contacted her diplomats in the bureaucracy and had them put forth a trade embargo.
Shilukik. Yes, indeed. When said trade embargo was put forth to be signed by any other species wishing to also embargo the humans, we all expected them to be outraged, as this would surely set their economy into a downward spiral for years. But as before, the humans didn't give a fuck.
Oh no, Shilukik was the female, not the male scientist. Oh fuck it, I'll do both. It's been a while since I visited those characters in Operation Snowmeagle, though. It's mainly been Hartosh.
But I'll do it now. To be fair, the humans were rather affected. They just didn't seem to mind too much. They even apologized for the rudeness of the leader, whose statement outraged the Sark. Their economy was reliant on that trade deal, and it took about 2 decades to fully recover, even though only one other species signed the embargo. The ever-isolationist, fuck off, you Xeno scum don't deserve to know the name of our species or its glorious empire. Yes, that is literally the name of their empire in our database. Yes, they make us say the entire damn thing before they will acknowledge us. Oh. No, we are not sure why they still come to the meetings of the bureaucracy either. And they had embargoes on every other empire already, so this was likely a convenient opportunity for them to embargo the new race.
Let's see. Character I haven't done one. Ah, yes. Denied operations.
Right, we're gonna do Cell now. Humanity's troubles with the rest of the galaxy did not end there, however. While they're in the final stages of rebuilding their economy, they managed to finally be noticed by the Karkan Infinite Armada, whom they shared a border with. It was inevitable that the Karkans found out about them, despite the efforts of the other members of the bureaucracy to keep their species off the Karkans' radar.
And now we're going to do an axe from Fuck You, I'm an Axe. For those of you that are not in the know, the Karkan Infinite Armada was a heavily militarized nation that had been terrorizing the galaxy for the past 5 centuries. They were not a part of the galactic bureaucracy, and were also thankfully not genocidal or heavily focused on expansion. They did, however, possess enough military power to take on the entire bureaucracy at once, and hold their own, if not prevail. They had slowly been taking territory from those whom they shared a border, and had been at war with every member of the bureaucracy at one point in their history. Okay, now, who am I going to do? Ah yes, I'm going to do Twitter from There Will Be Scritches. Now, this juggernaut has set its sights on the budding human empire. To the Karkans, the humans were an enigma, but more importantly, they were an untested enigma. One ripe for the picking at that. We'd done well in hiding as much information about the species as we could, but when the Karkans found out how strong the humans were, they were frothing at the mouth to fight with them. Ooh. Which one was Tunz again? I forget. It's been so long. Joe, you got to remind me. I can't remember. Describe the character, and I probably remember the voice. Buddy the Fox.
Ah, absolutely. It was a rather normal day within the bureaucracy when a representative from the Karkan Infinite Armada threw open the doors to the meeting chamber and formally declared war on the humans. Well, the other races were good enough at pattern recognition at this point to not be too surprised when the humans didn't give a fuck.
Okay, that was more Timo from Dungeon Life.
He's a little bit more squeaky, isn't he?
Oh, what's Buddy the Fox? Buddy's a bit clearer. I spilled coffee on my shirt, god damn it.
The humans looked to us for aid in defending their territory, but we were not risk bringing down the wrath of the Karkans on our people. We explained to them how hopeless it would be to try and fight them, even if every member of the bureaucracy joined forces. The humans nodded and excused themselves from the meeting chamber to plan, as we wished them luck.
Ah, the father captain of the ship. Okay, he's a little bit deeper. Okay.
A few days later, and as with every time before, a human and a Karkan representative were brought before the other members of the bureaucracy to attempt to avoid the war. To everyone's surprise, all the Karkans actually wanted was 10 light years from the border they shared with the humans. All in all, everyone was surprised at how little the Juggernaut wanted from the new race, until we realized that their cradle world was within that 10 light year span. It was then that even the Sark and the isolationists, no, I'm not going to say the full damn name, looked down at the human representative with pity. We all expected a lackadaisical attitude to shine through once more, that they would just give up their homeworld like all the jokes said they would. We saw a look of reassignment on the human's face, as she no doubt oh dear, I suddenly went into a second paragraph of that voice there. We saw a look of reassignment on the human's face, as she too no doubt realized that this deal would cost them their cradle world. And any moment, we were expecting a forlorn laugh and a verbal confirmation of surrender.
Well, it's been a while since I've done that. Valmori. You're gonna have to remind me. Are you talking about Vitmori? From, the Survivor Becomes a Dungeon?
But there's certainly another voice I can do, Jack the Sparrow. I'm going to do a few paragraphs with this one, because these are short paragraphs. But instead we were met with a long, unnatural silence, followed by a sentence that I have framed sitting on my desk to this very day. We of the Human Emirate Republic have deemed these terms to be unacceptable. Prepare yourselves for war. And with that, the humans declared war on the most powerful military in the entire galaxy. And they didn't give a fuck.
Ah, yes, Vidmori. After a month of...
Okay. Yes, it's more deeper. Okay.
About a month after the declaration, the human fleet looked nothing like it did before. The humans were an industrious bunch, after all, and the progress that they made, forging ship after massive ship, so quickly only solidified that. Also, seemingly out of spite, the humans proposed a total embargo on the Karkan Infinite Armada. The embargo was very thorough. Not a single credit would be changed between the members of the galactic bureaucracy and the Karkan Infinite Armada for the duration of the war.
Yes, it's been a while since I've done the Vitmori voice. I basically caught up to the series. So it'll be great. It'll be great if there's some more chapters. I do know there's some more chapters, but I like to give the author time. So with Vitmori, I sort of gave him a deep voice because he originally portrayed himself as more of a greater power to the first civilians, and also he comes across as a more calculating soul. So that's why he got that voice. Right, who's next?
I can do... No, I'm going to do Spartle. The humans applied pressure on us to sign it, signing our inability to help them militarily, and asking for us to at least do this for them. No. At least do this for us. We signed it. All of us, including the isolationists. It's not like we actually traded much with the Karkans anyways. Their main export was mining explosives, and they didn't have any imports beyond luxury intoxicants, so they merely laughed us off when they got their news. 2 months after the declaration, a meeting was called to discuss the rules of the upcoming war.
Dragonette Yeehaw Girl Waperna. I understand Jackie was originally meant to be the Yeehaw, but I can't remember what voice I did. I will do the one for Celestine, though, because that was a stupid voice I did.
The human High General, a woman by the name of Felicia Arataz, and the human High Admiral, a man by the name of Simon Bakil, met with the Karkan Infinite Admiral, whom declined to give a name, stating that his rank and station as leader of his species was far more important. The two humans presented a document to the bureaucracy that was rather well-rounded and had murmurs of assent from all members, but it was ultimately up to the Infinite Admiral whether or not he accepted those terms. And, as was tradition with most new races the Karkans encountered, the Infinite Admiral took the perfectly reasonable document and tore it to shreds before the human commanders.
That one is terrible. Well, I'm assuming you're talking about Celestine, so I'm going to troll you with it now.
There will be no rules to this engagement. I wish to see the brunt of your capabilities, humans.
Okay, I was a bit more serious with that voice when Fengi did her thing, but I'm going to do the original one. I will come at you with claws unplanted by a concept so meaningless as rules of war, and I expect you to do the same, the Karkan said, with a feral grin on his face. The humans, in typical human fashion, didn't give a fuck. They looked at each other, nodded, and said, "Very well," before turning and taking their leave. Oh, God. That was... I should have done that one. Oh, God. The AI Omega. Okay.
With that, the war began, and the humans were losing badly. Their fleet gave light year after light year, but those massive ships that the humans had been constructing were nowhere to be seen. We believed them to be guarding the colonies from surprise attack. That belief lasted only until the first human colony world was reached by the Karkan fleet. The humans didn't even put up a fight. There wasn't a single military ship in the system, and as the Karkans began bombarding the planet from orbit unchallenged, the rest of the bureaucracy was outraged. How could the humans leave their own people to be attacked from orbit? For their part, the human representatives merely remained passive and unmoved by our outrage and demands for action. They calmly reminded us that they simply did not have the military power to fight off the Karakans, and that they had asked us for help before the war even began. That shut us up. Their words cut us deeply as our words left us unfazed. It seemed that they didn't even give a fuck about their own people until an outraged transmission from the Karkan Navy reached us. The humans had completely evacuated the entire colony. The Karkans had wasted thousands of tons of nuclear, biological, and chemical bombs on an empty world.
Okay, Jason from Sexy Space has been requested, but that's my normal voice. So, I'm going to do that in my normal voice then. Thank you. Oh, my throat gets a break. Shortly thereafter, another even more outraged transmission from the Karkans reached us. As retaliation for rendering their colony world uninhabitable for years, due to the radiation and biological agents that the Karkans had rained from the sky, the humans launched pinpoint biological strikes on all major Karkan ranch worlds. The horrific cocktail of viruses, bacteria, parasites, and even prions that the humans had dropped on those worlds rendered the livestock that the solely carnivorous Karkans relied on inedible and deadly. Renner? Oh god, I haven't done that voice in a while. In that single operation, the Karkans lost over 90% of their food production, and with the embargo that they had all but coerced us to sign months prior, we were powerless to stop it. In a single hour, the humans had doomed billions of Karkans to die of starvation without giving a single fuck. The human representatives merely smiled with the grim satisfaction of a successful mission when they heard the outraged cries of the Infinite Admiral. Oh god, what's that sound? Don't be making me paranoid. Armon has requested Kirk from the I remember what that one stands for, from the J-verse. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done J-verse. I haven't given it up. It just takes so bloody long to do a chapter, and I've got so much on my plate right now. Okay. The Karkans, of course, attempted to retaliate and strike the human agricultural worlds, but it was here that they faced their first true bit of resistance. The humans guarded their agricultural worlds fiercely, even more so than their industrial centers. The humans fought where they had the greatest advantage with their immense strength and smaller size. The humans built boarding craft by the thousands, and the Karkans' superior numbers and technology didn't really matter if they couldn't repel the human borders. The Karkans learned quickly, though, and rigged their ships to explode before the humans could take control of them, and turn their guns to bear on the rest of their fleet. Nash. Yes. From, if you don't know, A Human from a Dungeon.
It took months and thousands of human and Karkin ships and lives, but the Karkins did eventually likewise decimate the humans' agricultural capabilities. But it was here that the omnivorous humans had the advantage of being able to grow food in hydroponics bays on board their ships. Not only did the humans biologically bomb them... I'll redo that one. Not only did the humans biologically bomb their own agricultural worlds before they could be taken, but they slaughtered and burned their livestock in fires, large enough to be seen from orbit before the Karkin soldiers could land. Right, free choice for me. Who am I going to do?
Oh yes, I can certainly do Princess Chocolata Motaz from We Need a Death Welder. I've fully recorded that series. It turned out to be great. Yeah, definitely one of my favorites. A lot of lesbo sex, though. It took months and thousands of human and Karkin ships and lives, but the Karkins did eventually likewise decimate the humans' agricultural capabilities. But it was here that the omnivorous humans had the advantage of being able to grow food in hydroponics, but I've already done that fucking sentence. At this point, the Karkin people were beginning to starve. Reports from our agents in Karkin space were grim. Their people were beginning to riot, and even a few sects began resorting to cannibalism. In retaliation, the Infinite Admiral had a public execution on their crater world for all of the human prisoners, mostly farmers that had volunteered to stay behind on the agricultural worlds and keep the farms running for as long as they could. The humans, as usual, didn't give a fuck. They offered their deepest condolences to the families of the people whom volunteered to stay behind, but the war marched on.
Oh, someone mentioned Tigwan. We asked the humans if they needed to purchase food for their people, but they declined. The humans knew that should an interplanetary species decide to do so, it could easily produce enough food to crush the entire galactic economy, which is just what they did while they evacuated their worlds and built up their fleet. Trillions of tons of food were produced, preserved, and packaged. Enough for their entire race to never go hungry for centuries, if not millennia, much of which is still around even to this day.
Oh dear, I need to work my way into that voice, I think. Zook, okay.
Speaking of those evacuations, most of those massive ships that we saw them constructing were called arc ships by the humans. They ferried every civilian they could into the void between stars on these massive ships, stuffed with billions of people and enough food to last centuries each. All the humans had to do was wait. The Karkin Infinite Admiral, knowing already that his empire was crumbling and that they would not be winning this war, issued another enraged decree. The full force of the Karkin Infinite Armada bore down on the Sol system in the weeks-long battle that ended with the Karkins launching a gravitational catalyst on Earth. The waves of gravity that the catalyst produced cracked the Earth into 12 pieces. Bro! Kieran Griffith, what series is this? This is live narration. This is a one-shot. Bro, honestly, you need to chill the fuck out. Yeah, this is Killer Kush here. Right. Time for mine go. Once the news of Earth's destruction found its way to the floor of the bureaucracy, we were shocked as we witnessed, for the first time since First Contact, the humans give a fuck. To say it was unnerving was an understatement. For the first time in recorded galactic history, bro, a human, a full-blooded, from-Earth human, was seen giving a fuck. However, they were not outraged as we all thought they should be. They didn't call for blood or cry out in rage for genocide, bro. They were depressed. They wept for the loss of their cradle world, a loss that would take centuries to recover from. But even as they wept, a dangerous sort of determination began to grasp them, and it terrified each and every one of us.
Scout checking in for deployment. You were on a plane or helicopter last time I saw you. I hope you landed okay. Hope you're not typing this from skydiving or something. Right. What voice do I do next? I could do a voice that I don't do that much. Yes, I'm going to do Geppetto from Shadowrun. In that moment, we knew that the humans were going to see through this. No, to see this through to the end. God, I'm retarded. And that it would not be pretty.
After that, the human fleet began retaking worlds until they pushed the exhausted and starving Karkans back to the edge of their old borders, and only then did the Karkan government call for a surrender. Their fleet was in tatters and limping along on the little food that they could synthesize on board their ships. The same two humans, High General Felicia Aratas and High Admiral Simon Bacchial, met with a withered shade of what had once been the hulking form of the Karkan Infinite Admiral. Well, I can't do R2-D2 as a voice. What else?
Okay, yes. Speaking of Shadowrun, I'm going to do 2D. So, all races, save the humans, looked down at the withered Karkan with pity in their eyes as he spoke, already knowing what the stone-faced humans were going to say in response to his unspoken question. Humans, you have burned my empire from within. The last time I spoke with you, I told you that we would come at you with claws unblunted, and implored you to do the same. I can safely say that this was the biggest mistake in the history of my people, the weary Karkan said, swallowing dryly as he forced himself to continue.
Oh, what have we got left? Oh, yeah, we still got a little bit left. Right. Oh, God. Right, what voice? Oh, it's... I'm trying to think.
Ah, yes, I can do 7 from We Need a Death Worlder. And then I've got another idea after that one, actually. And now that you have pushed us back to the border, and our defeat is a foregone conclusion, I must perform my final duty as leader of my people. The Karkan Infinite Armada would formally like to declare surrender, the tired admiral said, the defeat evident in his eyes, as he took off his ceremonial blade and offered it to the two humans. Please, I know that we do not deserve it for what we have done to your cradle, but I cannot stand to see any more of my people starve. Please, show them mercy.
Yes, that voice specifically was requested by the author, so if not, I would have done a AI voice.
But bruh, speaking of Killer Kush and of AI, how about...
Dave! Dave, the Medibot from We Need a Death Worlder.
The silence in the air, brow, was deafening. The looks of pity on the faces of every sapient in the room, save the still stoic humans, deepened, and a sadness at knowing the Karkan people were about to be no more, drove more than one representative to tears.
Oh yes, you want me to do a Puma. Okay. We, on behalf of the Human Emirate Republic, accept your surrender. Your lands will become our lands. Your people will become our people, and we will treat them the same way we treat our own. High General Arata said, making the jaws of every non-human in the room fall open in shock, as she walked forward and took his blade. You, however, will be publicly executed for giving the order to shatter Earth, High Admiral Bacchial said, making the Karkan sigh and nod.
Generic alien voice, okay. If this is the price I must pay for my people to live, then so be it. I was prepared for this, the former Karkan ruler said, standing up and looking proud once more, as two human guards came forward and began to escort the Karkan away to await his execution. Might I say a word to my people before I go?
Thank you, Scub. Hey, I love you, bud. Can't stay here long, but I'd like to send a message. Net is a gangster and is the best narrator on YouTube. Damn right I am. Cheers, bro. That's going to be a controversial take. Well, maybe not. Alright, what voice do I do for you? Gotta go through the series. Galactic High, we've done a few. No. Yeah, it's time for me to do Chio. There would be plenty of time for that later. Nah. There would be plenty of time for that later, High Admiral Bacchial said, making the confusion in the room perceptibly rise. We will need your help in saving as many of your people as we can. So as much as it pains me to say it, your execution will be months, if not years, in the future, the man said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. With that statement, the Karkan was led out of the room, followed quickly by the two human leaders, a smile on both of their faces. Oh yes, AI can suck a dick. But at least these AI channels that have gotten tens of thousands of subscribers are dropping off like, well, like dropping off a cliff, basically. Another free choice for you. Give your cause a rest. Well, perhaps I can do Archon, yes, I keep forgetting the fucking voice in the moment. With that statement, the Karkan was led out of the room, followed quickly by the two human leaders, a smile on both of their faces. The humans then invaded what was formerly Karkan space, peacefully. They had more preserved and frozen meat than they could ever hope to eat on their own, and they made sure to provide the starving Karkans with as much food as was safe for them to eat. Within a year, the humans had established supply lines throughout the now completely annexed Karkan space, and had stopped any more of their new people from starving. Well, I can't believe I forgot a voice without doing bloody Old Man Henderson! Then the humans released more biobombs onto the former Karkan ranch worlds. Only this time, the cocktail of biologically engineered horrors were designed to wipe out the previous bioweapons that had destroyed the Karkan livestock, as well as providing the Karkans with a suite of vaccines for themselves and their livestock, in case the counter-agents weren't completely successful. It took several more years, but the humans and Karkans together were able to get their space back to full self-sufficiency. As for the Karkans, the integration into the Human Emirate Republic's way of doing things went smoothly. The Karkans were raised to believe that might makes right after all. It was against their honor to disrespect those they considered their superiors. They knew that the humans could have wiped them out completely, and they respected them for their mercy. It also didn't hurt that the Karkans didn't have a concept of sports beyond public duels, which, now not lethal, make for a wonderful evening. And the various human sports offer the Karkans the perfect outlet for their warlike nature. Plus, the fact that their former ruler was at the side of the human leader and was telling his people to trust the humans didn't hurt either. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Yeah, a lot of these AI channels, they like to steal content. And it's like they try and think they're clever. And they try and act like they're clever by they take stories and running it through ChatGPT to change through the details. But it's kind of obvious that they steal content as well. So, to be honest, I have a zero tolerance policy towards any AI channel, and I think the HFY community should as well. Don't give them traffic. Don't give them attention. Just let them do their thing, because YouTube will eventually just banhammer them, and have. They've gotten rid of a few, and a bunch of the most prolific ones, their viewership has dropped off a cliff, thanks to the algorithm. So, YouTube will do its thing in many cases, but don't encourage them. Gee, if you're an author, have some self-respect. Don't work for these people. Right. What have we got next? We got Old Man Henderson. Tell me, ladies and gentlemen, do I debut a voice that only members have heard and you haven't heard? You might like the voice. Yes, no. Starband HFY, no. They steal content. They run it through ChatGPT, and they also use text-to-speech. Basically, what they do, and they've cycled for a few idiots, so what I suspect is they've sold the channel. Idiot number 1 sold it to idiot number 2. What they do is they run stories through ChatGPT, changing a few of the details, and then a few of them, they talk in a webcam for 5 minutes just to satisfy the YouTube algorithm, and then they allow a AI of their own voice to take over, and you can sort of tell that's the case. So yes, okay. I've already done Tink Tigra. What are we going for? And Junior, he doesn't have a bloody voice. He doesn't come up in it often enough. Okay.
Oh yeah, speaking of the former Infinite Admiral, he was granted a permanent stay of execution after human citizens everywhere threatened to riot, The humans actually decided to spare the life of the being that was responsible for the complete and irreversible destruction of their cradle world, It didn't even surprise us at that point, Once they finished rebuilding their territory, the humans quickly filled the power void that the Karkans had left behind, using the resources and technology of the dismantled Karkan government, to quickly rebuild a grand fleet, manned by both Karkans and humans alike, as well as being an economic golden age that continues to this day, Years later, I asked the human that had been
Oh, fuck's sake. Finish off the story with the new voice. Yeah, members know who it is.
Once they finish rebuilding their territory here, the humans quickly fold the power void that the Karkans had left behind here, using the resources and technology of the dismantled Karkan government to quickly rebuild a grand fleet manned by both Karkans and humans alike here. as well as beginning an economic golden age that continues to this day here.
Oh god. What kind of character is that? You need to be a member to know who I'm voicing, so I'm not going to tell you.
Years later, I asked the human that had been ruler of their kind at the time of the war about why the humans had decided to attempt the largest siege war in galactic history, Oh, in his words, we knew the Karkans wanted to humiliate us, We wanted to hold their status as the big bad bullies of the galaxy over us, and gloat as they took Earth, So we made a gamble,
Oh, we gambled that the Karkans were producing the only...
Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus, I have not had to speak in paragraphs with this fucking voice before. Well, it's just there. I'm going to power through.
We gambled that the Karkans were producing only the bare minimum amount of food, needed to feed their people, as is the case with the isolationists. They don't export anything but mining explosives, so there's no need to produce too much more food than the public needed, He said this with the same deadpan attitude that you or I would discuss what unremarkable thing we had for breakfast. I then asked him about the only time I've ever seen a human give a fuck. I asked him about Earth. He sighed for a moment, and took a drink of whatever was in his glass. We were prepared for losses, but I'm sure I don't have to tell you how a species' first word means to them, he said, his voice shallow and sad. He sighed once more, and as though he was talking about a concession in a business contract, had the gall to tell me that it was an acceptable loss, I couldn't help myself, Here I was thinking that I'd actually seen no humans give a fuck, but in reality, it was merely them coming to terms with they believed was the inevitable. As undiplomatic as it was, I remarked about his species' unnatural ability to never truly give a fuck about anything, and he laughed.
It was then that I learned of the creature that the humans called the Honey Badger, and everything made sense. The humans knew that they couldn't beat the Karkans in a straight-up fight, Nobody could have. Their military might was a match for the entire galactic bureaucracy put together, But they didn't need to fight fair, no. They were the only species in the galaxy that could fight without giving a single fuck. So it remains that nobody has ever seen the humans truly give a fuck about anything since first contact, And with the power that they now possess, I doubt they ever will, Oh, fuck.
Do you do warm-ups before these usually? My mum is a vocalist and she has to... I do sometimes warm up. Sometimes I warm up with green texts or, Sometimes I do a couple of paragraphs or, I try and warm up when I can, but there have been other times where I basically woke up in the morning, come downstairs, turn the PC on, and I've just straight up gone to it. I normally have like a tea or a coffee. Clears my throat a little bit, but I will admit it is quite hard. I don't know. It just depends on the day, really. Like sometimes if I wake up from a hangover, my voice is all dry. I will sort of do some like exercises or just soothe my throat a little bit more. But but sometimes I just do it. Really, it's not been a problem. I do have some rum. However, Tigra, I'm only going to open it when I'm on one of your calls, because it is that specific rum. And I'll give you the my true opinion of it. Now, as for mead, I do love mead. However, I am on something called a keto diet. I can have no carbs. So whiskey, brandy, that's great. And I got quite a lot of it now. I got it in the Prime deal, so I've got a couple of bottles on me. I've got some more bottles coming, and I'm probably not going to finish it all by the time I leave this place. So yeah, it's I suppose I can. Well, you're free to say. Well, I think I'm going to have a rest after this, but it will be a little while. I do actually have something for my throat. I'm just going to get in a minute. And I've got coffee here, of course. That will keep me going. I'm really, really hot here. What else? Yes, I'm gonna get some throat lozenges. It's just around the corner. So it's something called Qatar pastels. So it's like menthol, eucalyptus oil. It's very, very nice. It does soothe my throat a little bit. And it sort of clears the airways a little bit as well. So, all right. I'm just going to have a look at the chat again. We're going to see what's up. My green screen is never aligned properly. I know why. It's because behind the green screen is my window. It's the only window in the apartment. So the lighting isn't the best. But once I move into a house, which I'm looking to do this year, possibly next year, we'll see. How long do I plan on keeping this up? Until I drop dead. Until I'm too tired for it. So let's have a look at the chat. Let's see if we got any. You look like, wow, I thought you were handsomer. Oh wow, thank you very much, Raider Dare. That was unnecessarily mean. Right. As for what kind of character, well, you'll have to wait for the story for that voice to come up. But it is one of my new favorite voices. Although, having said that, that's the first time I've ever done like full paragraphs with that. Well, thank you very much, Nightfire, for the $5. Love your videos. Thank you very much. I love that you love them. Hopefully, I can keep it. I can keep it going. And what else have we got? No, I think that's it. Yeah, AI channels, obviously, fuck those guys. But I'm not giving these people attention. Like, these channels are dropping off, and they should. So, what else? Well, I think that's a little bit of live narration. I'm going to actually answer a few questions now. So I'm actually going to see if any have them on the YouTube tab here. So we're going to see under the post. And in the comments... No, I don't think we have comments yet. Well, no. Previous questions on the chat I've answered before. Right. I like a person to actually be reading, not AI. So well done, you earned it. Thank you very much. The AI has really been annoying, but, as I say, not a problem for me. Surprised it took this long. Uses way more than 100k subs. Thank you very much. 100k is a lovely milestone, but that's just a number. I think I'm more concerned about the people behind the number. So the people watching. I just want to make sure I keep the content entertaining, constantly bring new stuff in, and do the mad projects as well. Like, if I have a reputation for anything as a narrator, it's doing mad shit. So if I want to release like a 21-hour video out of the blue for an end of month special, I will do that, and I want that reputation. Although, having said that, I haven't found things to top it. I haven't found any lengthy projects, so we'll see. I mean, I do have something big coming out in October. I'm not sure how long it's going to be, though. And obviously, I'm doing audiobooks on Audible now. So yeah, I mean, eventually I will need an editor for the video, because I think that will save me a lot of time, and it can allow me to basically have a life and do more stuff. But that can be done later. I'm not really in a position to do that right now. But we'll see. Right. On stories. Okay. So we do have a question. Congratulations. I enjoy listening to the sci-fi stories at night. I'm going to bed. But the onslaught of AI-read stories, yeah, okay. Let's move away from the AI. Obviously, it's the AI is a pain in the ass. I have a zero tolerance policy, so let's not give them any PR. Keep up the good work. On stories you really like, do you ever ask the authors to go into more detail to expand their stories, especially on the shorter stories? No. I've pointed out feedback to authors on some stories, like, if something's being recommended, we'll see. But for the most part, I just let them cook. Like, if they don't want to make a sequel, then that's up to them. They don't want to make a sequel. And besides, anyway, the videos themselves, they come out 6 months after I record them, because I'm incredibly paranoid that I'm going to get ill or something bad's going to happen that will put me out of action for a while. And that was before I put the Epstein video up, of course. But no, I don't parrot the authors for anything. I don't make requests for anything. I just let them do their thing. And I just ask permission. They like to give permission. They sometimes they will tell me unprompted what they plan to do going forward, which is great. And other times, authors will just basically tell me, "You have permanent permission to do whatever you want. Go for it." Which is great. And I have my list of those authors as well. Right. You like your comment? You swear? Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Russell Perry. You like your comment, you share on Twitter or Facebook or what have you, and boom, that makes it to 100k. Thank you very much. As I say, I mean, it's as I say, the number 100,000 is just a number. It's a great milestone, but I'm more celebrating the amount of people behind that number. I mean, obviously there's, I don't know if I've got any bots or whatever, but I'm just glad that people at work are able to listen to me, take the time off, or people traveling, for example, enjoy the videos. So that's far more important to me. But it's also nice that other people find me too. Although that is secondary to the fact that people at the moment, come back to the channel and they like the content. I want to keep that specifically going. So growth and stuff has always been a longer term thing for me. I haven't done any clickbait or anything for short-term game basically. So this is basically just long-term game cashing or thinking in the long-term planning. That's basically cashing yourself in now, which is great. I wonder what his pet name for us is. I hope it's the Grammar Patrol, because all we do is correct his grammar. Death Orders, not Grammar Patrol. Death Orders. Congratulations, it's odd it took this long. I don't know. You don't understand. That rooftop was dangerous. It was slightly slanted, sloped, and slippery. An agent could die manning that position. It was just too dangerous to our people. Okay, so maybe when the report of this comes out, I can narrate that on the channel as well. Oh, yeah, see, it's been suggested that I refresh this page, so let's do it. Sort by newest first. Ah, that's because Joe added a comment. Net Narrator Stellaris Advisor voice when? I would be up for that, honestly. And it's not unheard of for YouTubers to voice stuff in games. And I'm more than willing to do that. It's just, I've got, people can just contact me on Discord for that kind of thing. And it's what Dan and Zach did with Fractured Empire. And indeed before that, the Blade Zone Truth. So I'm open to doing this. I'm open to voice acting in games. Although, unfortunately, all those jobs are taken up by Matt Mercer and the rest of the Critical Role team. They're the professional voice actors. I will probably never end up joining their ranks. Although, having me on Critical Role would be goddamn funny. And if you play any of the community D&D or 40k games, you'll know exactly why, because I can get a little bit spicy in my tabletop. But as for voicing stuff, absolutely. I would love to do games if anyone doing an indie project needs a few lines done, fine. That will take me 5 minutes. I can do that and send it to you. I can probably even do it pro bono if it's small enough. And voicing stuff in anime would be goddamn funny. It is on my bucket list. I will say it's on my bucket list to voice act in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like that, because I grew up on Yu-Gi-Oh! And it was so goddamn fun to watch. I place my Dark Magician in attack mode. Attack you directly. Dark Light! Doing that kind of dramatic stuff for what is essentially a fucking card game. It's... Oh yeah, put me in Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't understand modern day Yu-Gi-Oh! Or what any of the rules are, but it'd be great fun. Hell, Pokemon would be fun too, I suppose. Alright, we got some more stuff in the chat. So you need to write more, so can you acquire material for 21 hours of reading it back to us? Yes. Yeah, go for it, If you write it, if you give me permission, I'm up for it. Now, clove tea has been suggested by Bram Nonix. I will Google that. I will leave the Google tab open, and I will check it out, because that's a good idea. Yeah, I might give it a go. I do have other teas as well. I'm probably going to have a white sky tea, which is a fancy one I brought in London. Haven't had the chance to have it yet, but I guess now's as good a time as any to celebrate. Right. Streamer left, everyone right. I haven't left at all. Oh no, that was just to pick up the lozenges. I was gone for a second or two. So the answer is, well, yes, but actually no. It's probably not yes. Our trouble is I'm doing the... yeah, it's like I don't know the context of these because it doesn't have a timestamp. So, how do you go on a massive hunt for these great stories? I tend to browse the front page of r/HFY, but it's become a significant problem lately because there's so many stories on there, and there's so many like chapters of various different stories, mine included, I'll admit, that it's sometimes hard to find good ones, and even some of the ones that end up with like 200 likes and stuff. The grammar can be fucking awful on some of them, and it's really, really hard to do sometimes, which, you know, English isn't always a primary language for a lot of people, so I understand why. It can be a little bit frustrating, like, if I pick up something like that, but, you know, it's become more difficult, but usually I like to go for the top-rated series, or not top-rated series, top-rated one-shot stories. And normally, as far as series goes, there's normally authors that I've worked with before. I can just ask them and say, hey, are you okay with me doing this? Which is what I did with Wearing Power Armor to a Magic School. And in fact, I think the guy actually, yeah, both with that one and Just One Drop, like both of them have been on my radar. And the guys behind them actually I'm pretty sure both of them actually contacted me first before I had a chance to contact them. So instead of me going, hey, can I do your story? It's like they came to me and it's like, hey, can you do my story? I was like, okay. It's what I plan to do anyway. But yeah, Just One Drop was on my radar for a long time. I just wanted to sort of get my current phase of sexy space babe stories finished. But I pretty much, yeah. I mean, Top Lasgun is pretty much finished after the next chapter. Well, yeah, okay. Top Lasgun, that's still going. I've recorded everything the author has published, but the next one they publish is going to be the last chapter, I think. So that'll be that series finished recording just as soon as he finishes his chapter, essentially. So at the moment, Just One Drop is the best sexy space, one of the best sexy space based stories I'm doing. God, I'm tongue tied. Okay, Tigra, hey now, is in excellent shape. It's hard to get so perfectly round. I am not perfectly round. I am fine. I could afford to lose some weight, and that's why I'm on the keto diet. I've been doing very, very well. Now, do you do narration full-time, or do you have another job besides narrating? From D. Liverwurst. I currently do it full-time. Like, this is my full-time stuff. I do have other side hustles on... I do have side hustles on the side, like T-shirt design, for example, merch, online stores, that kind of thing. But that's mainly, like, drop shipping, print on demand. That's mainly passive income. But when I started, I was working a full job, 9 to 5. For a financial company in London, and I was doing this. I was doing this for fun. Still do it for fun, really. But back then, I was doing it as a hobby, not getting anything out of it. And then I think about in less than a year, I got partner, and it still wasn't very much. But it's during COVID, as I started, you know, just over time, I noticed my views went up, and suddenly I realized, shit, I'm earning more on the channel than I am from my full-time job. Fuck this full-time job, let's go. But I didn't do that right away. I basically kept doing the full-time job. I thought I'd ride it out for as long as I could, because by that point, I was barely doing any work. I was doing the bare minimum of work for my normal job. And I was editing things like every so often just to look like I was actively working when I wasn't. Like, I'd done most of my assigned tasks within like 5 minutes. Essentially, and it's just a case of making it look like I've been more productive while I was working from home, and I was just doing the videos all day. And it got to the point where my manager at the time, he was the only one in that company that did, but he was desperate to try and get all of us back into the office, which really pissed me off, and I wasn't having it. So I would do holidays, sick days, all that kind of stuff. I really didn't want to go back in the office, and I essentially rode it out for as long as I could. And then eventually I realized, they'd had some, they pulled in a company to find out what, basically the company wasn't doing well, wasn't making a profit, which didn't surprise me really. But they called in the company, they tried to find out what wasn't making a profit, and I realized that 2 out of 3 of our major processes that my team worked with were some of the most unprofitable. So I thought, yep, they're going to get rid of us. And soon enough, they started offering voluntary redundancy. So in my country, is essentially where you can agree to leave your job, but they essentially pay you off. You haven't done anything wrong. They don't fire you. They pay you off. They give you like a couple of months worth of pay, and off you go. And I took that. I volunteered to take that, which was good. Because it wasn't that long later, I think it was only a month or 2, before the rest of my team got let go. They were basically told, you are going, here's your pay, get out. So they didn't even get a choice in the matter, but I did. And there was a lot of ass kissers on my team that basically they were really coming after me, and they were basically snitching on me a lot. So yeah, I basically, as soon as I learned about that, I basically just went on LinkedIn, sent a message to both of them saying, I guess kissing ass didn't work out for you after all. Smiley face. And I never spoke to them again. So yeah, I do this full time now. Thank you very much for enabling that to happen and for me to leave my horrible job, which I didn't enjoy. The stairway to the heavens has not top. Shit just gets weirder. Yes. Having a life is overrated. I agree. So we need to write more so you can require material for 21 hours. Yeah, it's doable. Can confirm we give him feedback, mainly laughing when he messed something up. Hi, I never. Your stories get me through my night shift, so thank you for great videos. Thank you very much, Karold, Ayasha. As I say, it's being bored of work is exactly what gave me this idea. So I'm glad that other people are getting it easier because of them, and I'm glad you're able to enjoy it while working. And I hope the shifts get better as well. Refresh the page. Again, you're on the YouTuber that I have membership with. Well, thank you very much for the membership. As I say, it's it's just it's basically the next chapters to the stories I'm doing. You get access to my backlog, but you don't get one shots. But it's just if you want to listen to a bunch more of the chapters, that's your opportunity to do so. I don't think it's it's not exploitatory at all or anything like that. It's just if you've got the cash to spend, and if you want to listen to the extra stuff, that's entirely up to you. But if not, of course, you can go back and listen to the 21-hour Shadowrun video or the Epstein vids. Like there's plenty of stuff on there, even if you're not a member. So that's great. Oh, wait, please read Theo's story, her HFY. Okay, well, I need to get permission from people first. Like I can't just do HFYs that are written by other people. Spent an entire day doing it. Jumbo, yep, he's the DM. He's doing a good job in on my Wrath and Glory games so far. Well, to be fair, Boris hasn't actually done much. A lot yesterday was basically just downtime. Clove Tea, I'd like to hear you Mass Effect. Are they even continuing that? I don't know. Like, I heard there was a Mass Effect 4. I did play Andromeda, and I didn't find Andromeda that bad. Like, it was okay. But the only reason I got Andromeda was because I got it for free. Like, is EA. I don't want to give EA money. But, I know there's a new Dragon Age game coming out, which I'm not bothered about. Like, video games in general, I'm happy to do. XCOM would be very much on point. I think there's a YouTuber who with a very deep voice, and he actually voiced the head of the council, which is great fun. Right. How do Magic work? Magic the Gathering. Well, if they do a Magic the Gathering show, I could do that too. That'd be great fun. You still don't know how I got through the start of Hunter or Huntress. I did all right. But I think it was mainly a case of it being very, very early morning. I was working, and I'd had like 2 shots of whiskey by that point. So yes. Oh, Last Gun epilogue dropped yesterday. Oh, that's very good. I can do that then. Okay, another question from D. Liberworst, or maybe a few. How long does it take to narrate a story? Well, that depends on the length of the story. And it also depends on other things like how dense is the text. So, for example, if it's like a sentence, a paragraph, that's easy enough for me to read. But sometimes if it's basically a massive wall of text, it can get really hard and I have to do a few retries. And grammar as well. Like sometimes, like non-English speakers, they fluff a few things up or they get an expression wrong or something like that. And sometimes I sort of override it and I just free narrate it my way. If I can see the intention, I just do it my way. But there's usually a lot of editing going on in the background. But editing doesn't take as long as the actual recording. What else? How many times do you have to read it until you get a satisfying enough result for YouTube? Well, you may have heard when I was doing the live narrations, I sort of start reading through it, and if I sort of fluff up, I sort of go to the start of the sentence, or a bit where I pause, and then I just redo it. So it's not too bad. I tend to give it like a pause of 20 seconds so I can see on the recording, and then I can edit it out, and I can fix it there. Do you do it in one shot or cut together multiple tries? I record in one shot, usually. Sometimes I can't do that because it's too long. And you had that with the Beetle specifically. I like that. That took multiple takes. Like I did basically one recording session a chapter, and I think that was good because it kept me fresh. For some of the longer ones, I have to split things up and do things differently. But normally for one shots and chapters, I do it in one shot. If I sort of fluff it up, I go back to the beginning of a sentence and edit it out afterwards. Ah, yes, Wild Wicked Wanderer. How many times did you laugh making the brrr sound for the A10 Warthog? That would have been in The Fortnite. And I'll give you a little trick. I recorded as much as I could, and then I looped the sound that I did. And there was another point in another story that author did, which is Earth, 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 Earth. Yeah, it was basically an entire paragraph that long of just the word Earth. And I thought, I can only do one. I'm going to do one line of it. Maybe I'm going to mix it up a little bit. And I basically looped it again. For example, why do you keep mispronouncing words? I have never, ever mispronounced a word on this channel. I don't know what you're talking about, Tool UK. But anyway, I'm going to answer a few questions on the Discord, and then I'm going to do some more narrations. So, here we go. Let's just make sure I'm on the right scene, of course. There we go, that's better. Now, Scub, if you've messaged me, I'm not going to bring up a private chat on the stream. That wouldn't be very, very polite. Now, okay. Jesus. Okay, yeah, our first question has the skull emoji underneath. When will you get a female VA? But for real, no. No time soon, I suspect. No. There's no girl I trust enough to sort of introduce to the channel. There's the possibility of me hiring on other people just to make things easier for me, but no. I don't have any immediate plans to get a female VA. Girlfriend confirmed. No. Does that surprise any of you? No, I don't have a girlfriend. I'm in Bristol at the moment. It's a bit dead, so with Bumble and stuff, so on Tinder. So I'm basically going to move back to my hometown as soon as I find a house that I can afford. All right, so we all know someone is going to ask this, so might as well skip right to it. Tits or ass? Ooh. I say ass. Like, there's been plenty of women in my life with all sorts of different chests. So, no, ass has been the one unifying factor, I think. Burger or pizza? Ooh, depends. I think with pizza you get a lot of variety. So I'm going to have to go pizza. With burger, you don't get much variety. I've seen, like, a case of some of the cooking channels, what's his name? Nick DiGiovanni or something like that, who did, like, a French onion burger. I'm not sure that looked good. Gordon Ramsay did burger with steak strips. Sure, that looks good. But apart from that, you don't get much variation with burgers at all. But with pizza, you can have so many toppings, so many different flavors. Yeah, it's you get a lot of variety on pizza. I like Italian pizza especially, but yeah, I mean, I will admit I've had Domino's and Papa John's because it's just up the road from me a couple of times. But not right now. It's been many, many months since I did that. What got you into narration for stories on YouTube? That was because I got bored as hell during work, and I basically wanted something to do. So that's basically why. I listened to like green text and stuff while I was working, and I very soon ran out. So I thought, fuck it, I'm going to make some myself and listen to those instead. So that's basically how it started. And obviously with COVID, things escalated from there, and yeah, and now I'm here. When do we get the secret erotica fanfics about you narrated? About me specifically? Well, I don't know about them, and I would rather keep it that way. However, smart and sex scenes and stuff is on the Patreon. And that's basically for where I sort of, it's part of the chapter, I kind of have to do it. But if there's an option for me to go for a safer work chapter, I will always take that. And there's some where, like, half the story is sex scenes and all of that, but, you know, they're sort of kept separate. So that's basically, there will be scritches where there's about 30 specific chapters, some with multiple parts, with various alien sex scenes and other weird as hell things, which I don't want to do. And because it's only a side-on thing to the story, you know, I don't have to do them. But stuff like Sexy Space, for example, well, that's part of the story. I've kind of got to do it. So onto the Patreon it goes. And the worst one by far is definitely Small Galaxy. The fucking Emperor and the Dragon God. It is simultaneously one of the worst and one of the best sex scenes I have read. I could not stop laughing throughout, and some of the lines, especially, unleashing 1,000 years of blue balls on her face, is like, why? Why did you write that line? And of course, there's also from Sexy Space Babes the tarsal gay sex scene, which is, whew, yeah, it's so hard not laughing during that. But yeah, like, I think, but sex scenes in general, they sort of declined a bit in stories lately, which I'm thankful for. There are some that are more awkward than others, and some which just seem a little bit forced. Right, I'm going to get to the second one, second question Tomo did, and then I'm going to do another few narrations. What kind of stories are your favourite to read? And also, as a follow-up, what kind are the audience's favourite? So you can answer this one. So my favourite ones, I like Isekai. Isekai is great fun to do. Because you've got all these different races, different worlds, and the whole fish out of water thing is quite funny. Dungeon core stuff is great fun as well, especially when you get like the scions and you give them personalities. So much fun. I guess I like more magic and adventure stuff than the hard science, but I don't mind hard science as well. It's just, yeah, some of the ones that don't take themselves too seriously. I think at the moment, the author's done a few more recently, but it's An Alien Plays, where an alien plays various human video games and shenanigans follow. Is those ones that don't take themselves so seriously that are definitely my favourites. So it'll be interesting to see what your favourites in the chat are as well. Oh yes, I meant to shoehorn Death Orders. Hey, Death Orders, what are your favourite kind of stories? That kind of thing. I don't know. It's kind of cringe, but it will stick eventually. Oh yes, as well as pet names, I need special phrases like "to the moon" and stuff. I don't know. I'm overthinking too much. Anyway, what was your? Oh no, is it good to see your enemies driven? To hear the lamentation of their women and children? Well, ideally, it would be good to see your enemies driven and not have to listen to the bitching of the women and children. Because like all HFY, genocide is all hey-okay. No, but, no, I'm kidding. No, it's best to... I subscribe to something called the 48 Laws of Power. So, if you have the ability to crush an enemy from which they cannot recover, you should always take that opportunity. No mercy. Right, what was your favourite character to narrate? And did you enjoy narrating the gay shoot-off flick on Patreon? That was I'm pretty sure the only gay one I've done on Patreon is Jason and Tarsal. And apparently, according to the author, the Amazon the Amazon authorities made him get rid of that chapter. So, I don't know, it's particularly rare. But it was great fun to do. Especially because it came out of nowhere for Tarsal. My favourite character to narrate. Oh, that's a hard one because I've got so many to choose from. Well, you heard the end of the voice from the live narrations. That's a character that's coming up. I guess I like doing Spifflemonk. Great days and glorious victory. That's great fun. I feel most natural doing that one. I guess from Just One Drop, it's Jama Jimenez.
Ah, hello there, because it means I get to do this kind of spiffing voice, even though he's actually a little bit Scottish.
But none, of course, will compare to Old Man Henderson. He is the absolute best character of all time. So there's your answer. Old Man Henderson is my favourite character to narrate. Although it's been quite a while since I've actually done it, so I get the opportunity to sort of sneak it in from time to time. Have you ever had proper Southern-style biscuits and sausage gravy? Now, from what I understand, American biscuits are closer to scones or something, but the answer is no. If I ever go to the US, which it should happen, like there's sort of unofficial plans to visit Flint, to visit Jeff, to go to a shooting range which a bunch of people have invited me to, and to go to a Waffle House. I guess that could be the third thing. Try Southern-style biscuits and sausage gravy, because I have no idea what the hell that is. Where were you when the Queen died? Yeah, I was here. It was the weekend. I basically got really, really drunk the previous night. Then I came back, and then I basically woke up, came down, and in the morning I learnt it, and it was sad, really. Yeah, the Queen is very, very popular in my country. I know there's a stereotype for it, but realistically, yes. Did you kill the Queen? Yes. What else did you do to her? Not telling you. Right. Right. I will carry on from Scub later on, but for now, we can do some more live readings. I think there's been some more things in the chat in response to things I've said. I'm going to also drink some water. Now, this isn't a bottle of water. This is my... Oh, God, you can't see it. Okay, you can sort of see it. What this is a bag with water. This is my water bladder from hiking. And this is what I actually took to go up to Snowdon. I still need to post some Snowdon photos, but... God, I needed that. But since I plan on being here for a while, I've got a bottle of brandy and a bottle of whiskey down by my feet. And I've got this water down by my feet. I've got my Sports Direct mug full of coffee. And I poured myself a massive dram of whiskey. So we are set. We are set for something. It may be that I end up, like... Maybe I can play some Helldivers or Magic the Gathering or something. I don't know. But, right, let's have a look at what people have posted in chat. So... fuck you, I'm an axe. I need to finish that. Well, to be fair, the author hasn't finished it either. And the author's gone AWOL. Like, he posted, since I basically posted, like, a message on him to... No, I didn't post a message. I DM'd him to check that he was alright, and he basically just said yes without going into detail, which is fine. But he keeps sort of going away and coming back. There are a few chapters of The Fortunate out there, which I can now put up on the channel. But fuck you, I'm an axe. Like, he said he didn't want to post it on HFY, but I don't know if that means he's discontinued it. But that was definitely one of my favourite series to do, because the voice, especially, when I do a new voice, I sort of settle into it over time. So, oh yes, let's bury the hatchet on that one. So yeah. Right. Have I Ligophobia? Have you laughed at any story more than F you, I'm an axe? Oh, Just One Drop is up there. Because it's the setup and everything is very well written. Fuck you, I'm an axe, definitely. I will admit, Galactic High, even though I've written it, there are some specific skits I put in there which, like, I'm just thinking, like, oh god, why did I write this? So yes. Yeah, Tinder profile, searching for girlfriend, narration skills required. Thighs person myself, Jesus. Okay. Biscuits and sausage gravy is the best. Now you're hungry. If you stop by a Waffle House, it's an instant boss fight. Well, going to a Waffle House, yeah. It's an optional secondary objective is to get into a fight there, but I wouldn't have a gun, so... And I'm not legal enough to have a gun. Oh, no, I'm not legal enough. Because I'm a foreigner, I wouldn't be able to have a gun. Ooh. And I can play Minecraft. I've never actually played Minecraft. I never got into it. Right. Enough dawdling. Let's get some live reading requests. No, it's starting me at the bottom for some reason. I need to go from the top. Now, this one here. A single word, which takes like 2 hours to do. I'm not going to do it during the live stream, but it is a possibility of me doing a special. But I'm just going to show you exactly what fuckery they've given me. For those that don't know. Because you're there, you just see the word titin. Which, okay, that doesn't seem so bad. I will show you. Let's switch scene. So, long words, titin. So, from the chemicals which constitute the protein. So, all these are chemicals which make up the word. So, here is the word. Scroll down, 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 and scroll down, scroll down. You see my cursor on the side there, right? Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, and there we go. Uncountable, it says. This word has 189,819 characters in its name, and takes almost 2 hours to pronounce. That's worth its own video, I think. So, yes, I will do it. No, I will not do it here. But yeah, I knew someone was going to do that, Jesus. Right. I'm still sucking to my throat lozenges as well, by the way. So, let's see what else. Aha! In your deep voice. Doom has come. The sun does not rise. The fields are dead, and all are damned. Mr. Lover Kitty comes for your souls. Okay, and this one is a submission from Scub, who he is, and he is the author of this, so I can do it. Far From Home, Chapter 1. Right, let me see how long it is. It's not that long, it's all good. Now, I'm not going to do the entire thing. I'm only going to do this one chapter, but if it's long enough, I'll probably do the whole thing in its own thing. Okay, where am I? There we go. I'm going to have some more water, and then I'm going to start. Still trying to get his driver's license? No, I've got my driver's license. Trouble is, I got my driver's license years and years ago, but because I lived in London for so long, I never needed a car. And then I moved to Bristol, and I still don't need a car. Oh, that's a good question from Skullcrusher49. Are you ever going to voice the redone Tiny Galaxy? I think it's Small Galaxy, you mean. But I think he stopped after a while. Like, if he shows signs of carrying it on, absolutely, because I had great fun doing it. But I do think there was a missed opportunity where the Emperor did a call for arms, and then the Spartans and the Vikings showed up. I think there was there was definitely an opportunity to have more space, like Romans, space redcoats. Like, I would have put all of them in as well, but you know, the guy was just having fun, and like there's some of the names I couldn't help but laugh at. Jarl Balgruuf, that's from straight off Skyrim. Anyway, Lodgeness is still there, so all right, we'll give this a go. Far From Home, Chapter 1, Star Phoenix. 0 hours since the incident. Dazed in his capsule as he stared at a blinking red button on the control panel. The button was larger than the other buttons. It was a square, about the size of a SIM card, with black bold letters written on it. Master Alarm. He stared at it for a few more moments before his senses started to come back to him. He realized his pilot was trying to talk to him. "What?" the captain asked. "I said there was something wrong with the jump. God knows how far away from where we're supposed to be, sir," the pilot shouted. As the captain looked around, he saw the engineer was frantically pressing buttons and flipping switches.
He looked back at the master alarm, now noticing the beeping. He pressed the red button, shutting it off. Find out what's set on the master alarm. No. Find out what's set off the master alarm, and see if our life support is intact, he ordered the engineer. Already on that, sir. The captain, seemingly satisfied, looked to his left and his pilot. Find out where we are and how far off course, ordered the captain. Yes, sir, responded the pilot. The captain pushed the button on the side of his helmet to activate the FTLC, faster than light communication. This is Star Phoenix to Houston. Do you copy? The captain waited a few seconds before repeating. This is Star Phoenix to Houston. Do you copy? The captain closed his eyes, silently praying to himself, as fear and realization slowly grew inside him. Houston, do you copy? Sir, the warp drive has completely ripped itself apart. Our engines are dead and we're leaking fuel, reported the engineer. Seal the fuel cells and switch to solar power, the captain ordered, as he released a button on his helmet. He looked left to the pilot. Status on our location? The captain asked. Sir, it doesn't look good. The nav computer can't identify any known stars. We could be 10 light years away or 10,000 from where we're supposed to be. It's impossible to know, answered the pilot in a stern tone. The captain stared at the pilot, as his worst fears had been confirmed. Their warp drive was destroyed, and so were their engines. Even if the engines were working, they would never be able to travel a single light year in their lifetime. Sir, the life support systems are intact, but the solar panels aren't extending, possibly destroyed. Sir, we only have what's left in the batteries. The command module went quiet after that. Fear and realization in the crew's eyes as they looked at each other. We should get something to eat, you know. So, this isn't normally how I would do things during a normal recording. Normally, I would go over the paragraphs a little bit more, but since it's live reading, you don't want me to stop too much. We should get something to eat and get some rest so we can decide what to do next, the captain suggested after a few moments of silence. Both the pilot and the fuck. Both the pilot and the engineer took off their helmets as they muttered, Yes, sir. The captain took off his helmet and gloves, pushing them under his seat where they were stored while not in use. He grabbed one of the rations and attached the bag of freeze-dried beef stew to the hot water dispenser and pressed the button to activate it. After the machine rehydrated the meal, he removed the bag and tore it open. First men to go faster than light, as well as being the first Americans to die in space, he thought to himself, as he took his first bite of his meal. Star Phoenix. 2 hours since the incident. 3 days, the engineer announced. 3 days till our batteries run out of juice, sir. The captain let out a sigh, thinking of what to do. No power means no life support. No life support means no water or oxygen. Shut down everything we don't need. Lights, computers, heating, etc. The only thing that should be on is the water, oxygen, and FTLC, the captain ordered the engineer. Don't we need the heating, sir? Questioned the engineer. Yes. Turn it on periodically to keep Yes. Turn it on periodically to keep us from freezing to death. That gives us about 5 days till we're out. No. Alright. Sorry, I couldn't quite see who was talking here, but it's separate speech quotes. Yes, turn it on periodically to keep us from freezing to death. That gives us about 5 days till we're out, the engineer said, as he reached for the control panel. The ship began to shut down as the engineer started flicking buttons. The lights were the last to turn off, leaving the crew in darkness. The only sound in the command module was the slight hum of the water and oxygen systems. May God help us all, We're in this for the long haul, the pilot murmured, before closing his eyes in an attempt to sleep. The engineer flicked on a flashlight and opened a book. When they were assigned to this mission, they were told they could bring an item. The engineer brought the Odyssey, the pilot brought a music player with headphones, and the captain brought a handgun with 3 full magazines he called Plan Z. The captain closed his eyes, slowly falling to sleep. Star Phoenix. 3 days since the incident. The captain's warm breath forming an icy fog with... forming, I would say formed there. The captain's warm breath formed an icy fog from each exhale, shivering to himself. He was having a hard time sleeping, so he stared out the frosty window in hopes it would help him sleep. The stars really didn't look dead, as he'd always remembered. They looked like they were staring right back at him, motionless but alive. So far away, but seemed just out of reach. He felt if he were to just reach a little farther, he could grab hold of them, help him get back home. The captain put his hand to the window, as he slowly nodded off into sleep, the stars watching over him. He felt as if he was falling. Freezing air rushed around him. He looked around, and there were stars all around him, left, right, in front, behind, up, down. He saw an inky void slowly closing from below him, blocking out stars as it grew. He faintly heard a constant beeping slowly getting louder. Just as the void closed around him, blocking out any light from the stars, everything went bright. Then, I'll redo that bit. Just as the void closed around him, blocking out any light from the stars, everything went bright. The captain woke up slowly, opening his eye. Okay. The captain woke up slowly, opening his eyes, then quickly shutting them in the bright cabin light. Letting his eyes adjust, he looked at the control panel to see the source of the beeping. There was a small yellow button on the panel that was flashing. His eyes still adjusting to see the writing indicating what the button signified. A creeping suspicion of what it was came to him, the only thing they left on. He knew exactly what it was before his eyes could adjust enough to read the words. His suspicions were confirmed. The small yellow button had "Incoming transmission" written in bold letters. Alright. So that's the end of that one. But yeah, if I was to do this one for real, obviously it would be better quality than me doing it live, but, you know, as I say, you don't want me to pause too much. Ooh, but that was a very good one. I like that. I need to see how long it is, but, you know, with Operation Snow Eagle, we've only just gotten to, like, chapter 20. So, yeah, and it's been going on for quite a while. So, I'll need to see later. I'm not going to commit to starting a series where, you know, there's not much to do and the chapters are too few and far between, basically. I think there are some series that have unfortunately fallen off because of that. I think one that was requested for a while was actually Death by Death World. That was going on so well, and then the guy stopped. And then there was also My Best Friend is a Death Worlder, which, to be fair, a lot of things changed in that, and I think the author didn't really have a plan. That seems to have reached its end as well. I haven't found any new chapters of that in a while. But the thing is, I don't outright give up a series, even though it can, in the case of the Death Worlders, take me a long-ass time to get another chapter up. So yeah. What have we got now? A science movie review as the critical drinker. That's all from me. Go away now. Yeah, that guy. He's pretty good. I haven't watched him in a while though, mainly because I'm not interested in watching Star Wars or anything like that because it's not good. Have you thought about using a Steam Deck with the voice changing software for stories with many characters? I didn't realize it was on Steam Deck. I'll have a look. I'll add it to my to-do list of things to check.
You might mean Stream Deck rather than Steam Deck, but yeah. Okay. Which story was this? So, yeah, Far From Home. That's the one it's called. Okay, right, let's do some more. Okay, now, I've already done The Art of War, as I mentioned to Joe, so if you want to listen to me doing The Art of War, doing the video, it's not abridged, it's the full thing. So, in your most pathetic, squealy alien voice,
Why do they call it oven when you... Oh, God. Why do they call it oven when you of in the cold food of out or hot eat the food?
What the fuck?
Why do they call it oven when you of in the cold food of out hot eat the food?
Well, it's not the worst grammar I've ever done reading something, or ever read. Right, Art of War is done in your most badass voice possible. As many of these Slayer's testaments as you want to read. Let's have a look. The Art of War, but in the voices of the night. I'm not going to do The Art of War. I've already done The Art of War. No. I'm not doing stuff I've already done. That's boring. Okay, this will be the next thing I'm going to read. I'm going to give my voice a little bit of a break for the moment. So, let's actually answer a few questions. Okay. Okay, Scub is asking. Now, I know Scub isn't here because he is active duty, even though he's managed to pop in and out a couple of times today, which is great. I wonder if this will revive community narrations. Now, community narrations is something on the Discord. I have nothing to do with it, but it's arranged by a few of the mods. So if you ever thought about doing that kind of thing, you know, pester Scub. Specifically Scub. Send him as many DMs as you can. Okay, now here's a good question. For a more serious question, what were your favourite single story or series you have narrated? No, Galactic High doesn't count. So normally when I do a community meetup, when people ask me that question, I mention Galactic High because it's the story I've written, and it's a cop-out because, as the narrator, I cannot play favourites. But the truth is, I like doing all of them, so to pick a favourite is a little bit difficult. But there's always been a specific period, a specific favourite at a specific time. So, for example, during COVID, Hunter x Huntress was great fun. And then I think I remember Sexy Space Babes, that came out, and some of the loose stuff was really funny to do. And I think around that time, Life of a Teenage Hellwelder, that had some funny skits in it. It's the funnier ones that I really, really like. So I'm just thinking about now. Now, yeah, okay. Now, I would say my favourite series to do is actually Just One Drop. Because that is a very, very well-written series. It's a side story in not Galactic High, in Sexy Space Babes. But it is so well-written. And it's got... Everything seems to be paved exactly perfectly to get the story running. The author is very, very good and very, very talented. And it's just funny. And it's just... There's certain bits that just get you. And there's bits where I just... You will hear me laughing my ass off in the video. Oh dear. I swallowed something the wrong way. But it also has its fair share of philosophy and action and adventure as well. And it's got a really, really good mix. But it's grown very, very well. And it's really, really fun to do. So I would say that's my favourite series. I'd say before that, Fuck You, I'm an Axe. The voice for that was so goddamn fun. Like, and it's. I think the best stories I can do are the ones where I can just read it naturally, and I don't sort of have to analyze every single word. I'm not always having to overthink. I can just sort of get into character and do the voice. I think at the moment I'm sort of doing that with Spifflemonk with the An Alien Play series.
Great days and glorious victory.
So yeah, I can see the text, and because I'm in character, it works so well because I can just do it quickly, and I can keep going for like 20 minutes to half an hour before I fluff up or I might want to redo something. But it gives me the confidence to just go do. Oh dear. I'd also, there's a question I can ask you guys. What is your favourite series on here? I know that probably wearing power armor to a magic school might be it. It's certainly one of mine as well. It's great fun, although I find that it's partly because I do a chapter once a week. It can take a little while for the story to get going. Which is an ability I am immensely jealous of, because I mean, what wouldn't I give to be able to let things last and describe a scene a bit more? But right now I'm having writer's block with Galactic High. Now let's have a look. Space Redcoats, yep, absolutely. I see. So the person behind My Friend is a Death Ward has been receiving curveball after curveball. That's fair enough. I wouldn't necessarily know the details behind that, but, I keep checking from time to time just to see if he's done anything new, but, writing is hard. Like, it can be really, really hard. Like, I'm having trouble doing it, Usually, and that's why I like to keep 10 chapters in advance, but now those 10 chapters have just eroded. So I really gotta... I sort of know I know exactly what the plan in my head is for what's going to happen, but I just need to put that on paper and describe it better. I look like an old guy when I take a drink. That's just my water. I also have coffee. Mobius. Just checked in. I actually found you 3 years ago, about the time you released Old Man Henderson. There's one of my favourite videos to date, Old Man Henderson. But yeah, it's definitely one of those videos that sort of got me noticed by a few more people, which I'm very, very thankful for. Sect Babes. Yeah, Sect Babes is, it was a fun series to do. We're kind of isekai in its own way, but it's, it's the case of bringing modern stuff into an isekai, which I like as well. And yeah, the series is over. I have finished the recording of it, and it was great fun to do. And I think part of the reason why the author did it is because he's got a niche for other stories, and he wants to take a break from Space Babes and do that. And of course, he's got a new one now as well. And I think I might do the same with Galactic High, because I've got a bunch of ideas for Galactic High, but I'm thinking I want to try other stuff, so I'm probably going to bring the current arc to a close, but there'll be, the story would continue, but I just pause it, have a hiatus, and probably do something else in between. And my mods know the stupid idea I've come up with for that as well. But it's not uncommon for that to happen. It's happened with a new threat and a new species. I was going to do something similar to that and probably come up with a new title, because Galactic High, that was the title we came up with at the time, was the best one, but it's it's grandfathered in, but there's not much school stuff happening. It's more Shadowrun. So yeah. Human food, yes. Apart from my own story, I actually like Galactic High. Yes! Thank you. I like that you like Galactic High. However, it can be difficult to write sometimes, but I think part of that is just the IRL stuff I've got going on, because I'm trying to buy a house, and obviously with this stuff, this stuff coming up, I think I'll get there. I just need to regain my momentum, and take things away from the Shadowrun, because writing combat can be right. I think I've been told writing combat is my strong suit, but it can be kind of hard. What was I going to do? I was going to do more questions. Yes. What is your favourite colour? I would say black. I grew up as the awkward kid that liked to wear black all the time, but realistically, I can make black work with anything. I don't know. It's not really something I can explain all too much. It just suits me, really. Now, Joe's asking, what is your greatest inspiration? What led you to start up this channel? And more importantly, what are your tips for those who wish to follow down the path you've walked? So my inspiration was, it came from a position of frustration and boredom at work. And because I'd listened to stuff to sort of pass the time at work, I ran out of material, and that basically gave me the idea to do it myself, because, I got bored at home as well. So that's basically where it started, and obviously it snowballed to where it is now. And as for my tips for those that wish to follow down the road, pretty bluntly, do the fucking work. Don't take shortcuts. The shortcuts are the text-to-speech, the shortcuts are the AI, the shortcuts are stealing content. A lot of people are doing that, and they're suffering for it. They're falling off, and the community hates them. But if you do the work, if you actually use your own voice, you start slow, build up your style, practice, keep going, and from there you will gradually build up an audience, and you'll eventually make something of it. But don't take shortcuts and do the work. It is hard work, but if you can do it, good for you. What's your favorite genre other than HFY? Well, I would say Dungeon Core and Isekai. Well, I like Isekai. Isekai is great fun, but I like the Isekai that sort of does something different. So there's a lot of generic, adventure. You become an adventurer, you do adventure stuff in an Isekai world. Kind of boring. But for example, if you become a Dungeon Core, hey, that's fucking great. If you become what was that Tanya I haven't seen Tanya the Evil, but it looks very interesting. Where you turn into a little girl who becomes like a military leader or something. Like, first of all, what the fuck? 2, that does look interesting. 3, I don't know if I should watch it. But it's on my list. I like Isekai that likes to go somewhere different. Dungeon Core is great fun as well. But yeah, I've been watching a few on. Well, not watching a few. I've been reading a lot of stuff on Royal Road. So a lot of it is a lot of the stuff on Royal Road is lit RPG. And while I don't necessarily like that aspect, I do like the lit RPG aspect of Dungeon Core. I think it's kind of fun. And I think I might give a Dungeon Core a go myself once I sort of wrap up what my current arc for Galactic High is going to be. Or I might just continue Galactic High, depending on how I feel at the time. Can you do a handstand? No. Your favorite voice?
Favorite voice? Oh yes, it's certainly my stiff upper Brit voice. That's what I said earlier, because I think you answered the same question in live reading, yes.
Would you rather have a mirror to see the other yous in the future you could have been, or to see your past lives in that mirror? Past lives. Like, I'm happy with how I am. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm the best version of myself. I am not going to doubt myself and think, oh no, I should have done this, or maybe I could have been better if I'd done this. No, I'm happy as I am. I will see the past lives. The past lives could be fun. But, I'm not going to compete with the other versions of myself, no. For an hour-long video, how much time does it actually take to record? Well, a little bit longer than an hour. I would say about an hour and a half to 2 hours sometimes. As a general rule, I would say double the amount of time for the longer videos. It's like, I don't know, what's the opposite of diminishing returns? Like, if it's, for example, a 5-minute video, it won't take me that long to just put it up there. If it's an hour long, there's going to be more mistakes and more stuff and more time I need to spend fixing things. So it's sort of the longer a video gets, or the longer, the time I record gets, the more I'll have to edit. Would you eat capellini? Let me find out what that is. This better not come up with tentacle porn or something. Potato dumplings made from grated and rice potatoes and stuffed with ground meat, dried curd cheese, or mushrooms. The national dish of Lithuania. Yeah, looks alright. I'd eat it. It's fine. Yeah. Not much to say about it. It looks alright. But I've not gone anywhere near Lithuania before, so maybe if I ever visit that part of the world. The Survivor. Yep. Albinf likes Survivor Becomes a Dungeon just one drop, and you do mean Stream Deck. Yes. I've been doing my research into it. I just don't want it to sort of muck up with my my initial setup. Partly that, and I've got a lot on my plate at the moment, IRL, and obviously getting videos done. But yeah, I'm probably going to try voice changing stuff for doing certain things. No AI, just outright voice changing to certain things. Like, for example, I think if I could do a more robotic voice, but just have my natural voice, that'd be great. Right, what else? Which Warhammer chapter is better? Space Sharks or Black Templar? Now, a lot of people instantly said Sharks upon this question. I had to prune it a little bit. But I will admit my 40k lore isn't very knowledgeable. My knowledge isn't that great. So I like the Black... I don't know much about the Space Sharks. I know they're pretty wild and they sort of get cadets to fight each other to the death to sort of be a member. And that their prime... Not their prime, sorry. Their chapter leader is fucking hardcore and huge. But Black Templars, I know a little bit more of that. They don't care about the Codex Astartes. Constant battle. So I'd have to go with Black Templars, to be honest. Based on my knowledge, of course. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? I don't know, 30 miles an hour. Have you figured out that magenta is pronounced magenta yet? I have never mispronounced a word on this channel. I don't know what you're talking about. Especially with this thread of mispronunciations. Would you like a bottle of water? I've got a bladder of water. I would certainly like that. Oh, I'm probably going to have to look at that thread at some point. Okay. Opening it off. I've got to do some more narrations. Now, as for a time where I finish, I might finish at 9 or 10. I don't know. Well, I want to try and get as much done as I can, though. So, let's... Where is it? So, the Slayer's Testament. So, yeah, I will do these now. Let me just make sure I'm on the right tab. UAC report file H8U M66S. In the first age, in the first battle, when the shadows first lengthened, one stood. Burned by the embers of Armageddon, his soul blistered by the fires of hell, and tainted beyond ascension, he chose the path of perpetual torment. In his ravenous hatred he found no peace, and with blood boiling... In his ravenous hatred he found no peace, and with boiling blood he scoured the umbral plains, seeking vengeance against the dark lords who had wronged him. He wore the crown of the Night Sentinels, and those that tasted the bite of his sword named him the Doom Slayer. Slayer's Testament 2. UAC report file 9REIZDUR. Tempered by the fires of hell, his iron will remain steadfast through the passage that preys upon the weak. For he alone was the Hellwalker, the unchained predator, who sought retribution in all quarters, dark and light, fire and ice. In the beginning and the end he hunted the slaves of doom with barbarous cruelty, for he passed through the divide as none but demon had before. Slayer's Testament 3. UAC report file HR93TE1F. And in his conquest against the blackened souls of the doomed, his prowess was shown. In his crusade, the Seraphim bestowed upon him terrible power and speed, and with his might he crushed the obsidian pillars of the blood temples. He set forth without pity upon the beasts of the Nine Circles. Unbreakable, incorruptible, unyielding. The Doomslayer sought to end the dominion of the Dark Realm. Slayer's Testament 4. UAC report file 13S5A9XB. The age of his reckoning was uncounted. The scribes carved his name deep in the tablets of hell across eons, and each battle etched terror in the hearts of the demons.
They knew he would come, as he always had, as he always will, to feast on the blood of the wicked. For he alone could draw strength from his fallen foes, and ever his power grew, swift and unrelenting. Slayer's Testament 5. UAC Report File ZPHVM41A. None could stand before the Horde but the Doomslayer. Despair spread before him like a plague, striking fear into the Shadow Dwellers, driving them to deeper and darker pits. But from the depths of the abyss rose the Great One, a champion mightier than all who had come before, the Titan of immeasurable power and ferocity. He strode upon the plain and faced the Doomsayer, and a mighty battle was fought on the desolate plains. The Titan fought with the fury of the countless that had fallen at the Doomslayer's hand. But there fell the Titan, and in his defeat the Shadow Horde were routed. Slayer's Testament 6. UAC Report File WMHVVFJ. And in his terrible rancor, between worlds and through time, the Hellwalker found the wretch who shall not be named, but in his heresy was loyal to his evil cause. The wretch adorned the Doomsayer in a mighty armor, wrought in the forges of hell, impenetrable and unyielding. With sword and shield of adamantine strength, the Doomslayer set to banishing all that were left unbroken by his savagery. With sword and shield of adamantine strength, the Doomslayer set to banishing all that were left unbroken by his savagery to the void. Slayer's Testament 7. UAC Report File JSLR7ESL. Yet as the mighty Titan fell, and dread engulfed the armies of doom, the demon priests of the Blood Temples lay a trap to capture the scourge of hell. Insatiable, even by the vanquishing of the Great One, the Hellwalker sought prey in the tombs of the Blood Keep, and blinded by his fervor, the law drew him in. The priests brought down the temple upon the Doomslayer, and in his defeat entombed him in the cursed sarcophagus. The mark of the Doomslayer was burned upon his crypt, a warning to all of hell that the terror within must never be freed. There he lies still, and evermore, in silent suffering. Alright, that's Doom. Okay, let me switch back. Let's have a look. Is a collaboration on the bucket. Oh god, my throat's gone. Oh. Is a collaboration on the bucket list. Sorry about that. No. Not with other narrators, anyway. However, I have raised it. The possibility has been raised. I have, at least with the tabletop group, that I might either DM or partake in a D&D session or a tabletop game with other YouTubers. That's always something that can happen. Maybe not quite Critical Role. That would be funny if I could. But it's not unheard of. So that sounds great fun, and it's something I want to do. Just got to make sure I'm on my best behavior, maybe. And, I find other YouTubers that I can get along with. There were some, of similar size to mine that could be fine, but, at the moment, I just want to focus on the channel and everything. I think as I grow, maybe an opportunity will present itself that I can join in a D&D game or something. But that's the only kind of collaboration I want to go for. I don't want to collaborate with other narrators on YouTube. No way. Fans of Galactic High, I appreciate it. Mix of sci-fi and fantasy. Yep, absolutely. It's heavily inspired by Pathfinder, a little bit Dungeons & Dragons, but mainly Pathfinder.
and Shadowrun. And yeah, it's and I will admit, the overall plot and the main the closest thing that could be called a main quest can be hard to follow. But that's because a lot of things are happening at once, and it's various different storylines that sort of intermingle and connect. I mean, how many bad guys we got? We got Malakil, we got the Cult of the Destroyer. I mean, where there's something going on with an Emerald King fellow. There's Dr. Grind, for example. There's Svartal. All sorts of things are going on. So, I do have plans for how it all comes together. But at the moment, the reason why they're not doing like a main quest or anything is because they need money. And they need to do a job. So, as simple as. That's why they're in the spooky forest. The spooky river. And, now they've got it. Now they're out of that, they've got a job to do. Exponential returns. That's the term I was looking for. The opposite of diminishing returns. Net Narrator cannot hurt you. He isn't real. Ooh, challenge accepted. It's Emperor. Nice to see you. Glad to see you arrived. Emps has arrived. Are you going to finish the Gentle Giant story? You're going to have to remind me which one that is, because I don't recall it off the top of my head. Now, let's look at some more things to narrate, even though my throat is gone. Now, if my throat completely goes, I will probably need to end the stream and, try and recover it. But I'm going to try and do everything I can. Going to skip the... no more questions. I've got to actually narrate stuff. I keep ending up on the bottom. So where am I? Okay, yeah. Jeff has written a story. Yeah, if you're going to submit an HFY story, make sure you've written it. Okay, how long are you? Okay, you're not that long. Oh, Jesus. All right. Okay, and back to the tab. The sound of the air raid siren faded as it echoed off the mountains to the east, and eventually just mixed in with the sound of the ocean waves against the cliff to the west. It was never for us, though. We were just close enough to the flight path. They took every... It was never for us, though. We were just close enough to the flight path they took every time they headed in to bomb the cities that, as our raider picked them up, we had to bunker down and wait for it to pass, unable to do anything. Who were we? Well, we were the mechanics for the 66th National Air Regiment, the Phantoms, stationed out of Ellis Field. Now we were but a passing note on the maps of those who remembered the start of the war. Now we were a memorial, graveyard. Some even went so far as to call us a scrap field. Scavengers, they called us in the hangars of other squadrons. Others weren't so polite and just called us a waste of funding, drain on resources, but we still did our duty. It had been the middle of the night when, under stealth, a bombing raid had hit the hangars, officer barracks, mess hall. It had been a first strike, a way to show their superiority before the war started, but it had been enough to take our field basically out of the game. You would have thought they would have restationed us, but no. Admiral Moores had come down and ordered... Admiral Moores had come down and ordered us to turn the field just south of the airstrip, in between it and the hangars, into a cemetery. Several had protested. That wasn't our job. We didn't want to handle those bodies, friends or not. In fact, the fact that we knew them, had ate with them, been responsible for their lives while they were in the sky, had made it so much worse. But after the first of our unit had been dismissed, something changed in us, and we did it. Under the supervision of Admiral Morse himself, we dug the holes. We carried each coffin across the field, and ceremoniously lowered it into their final resting spot. We wondered each time why the coffins felt so heavy, when most of them should have been empty, or holding just pieces from the bombing. It was when our lowering lines on the 12-1 broke, that we saw what we were burying. Inside each coffin was a full flight suit, helmet connected and all, filled with what remains could be found. We were even more careful after that. These weren't just empty caskets. These were our charges,
And just like we took care of their aircraft, we take care of their final resting place. In the end, 50 pilots were laid to rest, and we thought our grim duty was done. It was then Admiral Moores came to us again. We had tried to make some rough tombstones as we were going, a few crosses and the Star of David, but none of them looked great out there. It was Moores who ordered our next action. Take and repair the propeller of each plane in the hangar, and use it as a grave marker. Fixing the propellers took days, but as each one was finished, we would all stop and walk it out to the field, and place it above the captain's grave. His co-pilot's grave just below his in the field. Finally, our grim task was done, we all thought, the night after the last propeller was in place. We sat him on the wreckage of the planes we had once been responsible for keeping in the air, now all without props, over half leaned on sides or resting on the ground without landing gear. Others had shattered cockpit glass still in the seats. We poured out drinks for each of the friends we had lost and were telling stories, realizing just how damn lucky they had all been. We talked about the various states of disrepair the Phantoms always seemed to come back in. Bullet holes through pieces of equipment that would have taken any other pilot out of the sky. But until this tragedy, we'd had a perfect record. In the morning again, we were met by Admiral Moores. Well met as being way too polite. He threw the doors open with our officers and got us all out of bed and into the makeshift hangars that definitely weren't up last night. Green tents had been built over the planes somewhere sometime between us, finally retiring for the night around 0200, and being so ceremoniously dragged out of bed at 0630. The next 2 weeks were like they had a real squadron to support, fixing frames, replacing electronics, testing engines. Without any of them putting in parts requisitions, they would wake up every couple days to crates and fuel tankers waiting for them to keep working. The only thing that would never come in were the propellers, which sat still in the field as a reminder of what had happened. Something changed. It pulled me out of my memories, still buckled down in the doorway of the enlisted barracks. Well, only barracks. The tempo of the siren had changed, much more urgent. Were they coming this way? None of the enemy had flown over us since the first bombing. At least, none we had seen or heard. But there was no mistaking it. No. But there was no mistaking it. The man who was winding the siren was doing it much faster than it usually needed to be, for just a flyby. Was it the tents? They weren't real camo, and the coming and going hadn't been done in secret, but the cemetery should have been just as obvious. We were no longer a real threat or target, even if we were fixing the planes. That just had to be... That just had to be to keep us busy, right? Then one of the guys up the stairs yelled something. He had been looking through the window with binoculars, trying to see the enemy, most likely. Then he yelled again. "What's he saying?" I asked, hoping someone would answer. "The graves! The graves!" one of the airframe guys said, sounding just as confused. I don't know who, but someone handed me a small spyglass. Why they had it, that I'll never know. I looked between the tents and took a few attempts to focus it on the 1 or 2 graves I could see, and something was moving. Then a gloved hand. I couldn't see whose through all the stuff in the way. Reached down and into the dirt before pulling up another gloved hand. I shook my head in shock and had to refocus the spyglass. I watched as a flight suit pulled itself free of the grave, a lieutenant insignia on his shoulder. I continued to watch the one pair of graves I could plainly see, as the lieutenant helped pull free the suit from the grave in front of his. That had been where Lieutenant Hector Logan and his first officer, First Lieutenant Peter Harris, or by call signs Hector and Paris, had been buried. I watched as they stepped up to the propeller, pulling it out of the ground, and started walking towards the tents. Over there! Someone yelled, practically in my ear. I had to look out from the spyglass to see where they were pointing, and there were other pairs of pilots coming into sight around the tents. We all watched as one pair attached their propeller to the front of the plane, before getting up into the cockpit and putting the cockpit slide closed. We all listened as one by one engines spun up, some of the tents blowing away. One by one planes pulled out of their tents and slowly lined up 2 by 2 on the taxiway, before quickly starting to take off, and forming up on each other in perfect unison. Perfect formation. We were all standing outside now. The siren sound had stopped. The enlisted in charge of it probably too stunned to keep going. We all jumped as a commanding voice spoke up from behind us in the doorway. "It wasn't always Illis Field," Admiral Morse said, lighting a cigarette. "Long ago they had a longer name for this place. Elysium." Alright, that was fun. Right, let's see what else we've got. Well done, Jeff. That was pretty good. Okay, right. Churchill's We Shall Fight. Reading time 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, good. That's coming up. I'm just going to see what else we got. Now, someone suggested read the Bible of Scientology. Maybe I'll do that in a special video, but Scientology has a bad habit of trying to copyright claim shit. I don't necessarily want that trouble. I don't mind outright doing it, though. Ghost, you've not asked permission for that story, and yeah, I can't do that one. Same with the Outer Space Raw Road, which is a real shame. Alright. Let's answer a few questions quickly. Oh god, I've got to remember where I am. I don't have to do all of it if I don't want to, can't. Well, I will do my best. I think the moment my voice goes, that'll be when I end the stream. And hopefully it'll be fixed by Monday, which is when I next record. Okay, questions. What is your opinion on the acquiring of street signs, traffic cones, and other such items? It can be quite fun. It depends where it's done. I used to do it in the Scouts when we went on like a mass jamboree or a camp or something. Sometimes I'd troll people on the last day by stealing random signs. But it depends on like the kind of sign taken. So, for example, there's a village in Austria called Fucking, or now called Fugging, where a lot of the street signs got stolen, because who wouldn't want a street sign called Fucking? So, in that case, I would definitely want to steal one if I could. I definitely would. But sadly, I've never been to the small village of Fugging. What was your favourite HFY story or series before you started your channel? Veil of Madness. Bearing in mind back then, HFY was still being pioneered, and I originally started with the stuff on 4chan, but there were 3 main stories, 4 maybe, with the Veil of Madness. So it's a concept of there's a massive anomaly area in space, where if an alien species goes in, they get mad to suicidal tendencies, and humanity grew up in there, and they're the only species to survive in there, so that's their space. And yeah, and that's basically where the awesomeness of humans came from. So it's definitely the Veil of Madness. Hypothetically speaking, if a woodchuck could potentially have the ability to chuck wood, how much, in your opinion, do you believe said woodchuck could chuck? Yes. Is/will Galactic High be in the British Library or Library of Congress? It wouldn't be, because I haven't published it, but I will in future. Like, it's almost definite that I've got to publish stuff. English or Spanish? English. Will you read the final part of the Orgasm Party when it eventually comes out? Yes, but I've checked from time to time, and I've caught up. So, if the guy puts up more, I can do more. This is just talking about HFY in the British Library, yep.
we've got a few people that have been publishing, so yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's have a look. Alox Hudpom, don't know what you're on about with all the emotes. Don't have to do it all if you don't want to, can't. I'll wait until my voice dies, although I will admit it is dying. What K-pop idol do you stan? K-pop can be kind of fun. I used to listen to it a lot during work. I don't know. What are they called? G? No, not G. It's Girls' Generation. They were pretty fun. Twice and Girls' Generation, they were pretty fun. I think they did Cupid as well, which... I gave a second chance to Cupid. That one. But I tell you what, one I've been impressed with recently is one called, I think it's Baby Punk? Or something like that. Is it called? I'll double check that. Or Baby Metal. It's Baby Metal, yes. K-pop mixed with heavy metal, which is incredibly funny. It was sort of in, it was in Fortnite as well, weirdly enough, recently. Why are you British, unironically? Because that's the country I'm from, and I don't want to be any other country. I mean, being American would be kind of cool, especially if I moved to Texas. But sadly, that's not an option. When is the next chapter coming out? Well, whenever you publish it, Tigra. I've caught up with Hunter or Huntress. There wasn't a new one on Thursday, when I usually record it, so I did another chapter of Galactic High instead, because there was a chapter of that. But of course, if there's one by next week, I'll probably do it then. Why was Sally famous for selling seashells at the seashore? Shouldn't Sally, who does in fact sell seashells by the seashore, know that seashells are found near or on the seashore? Wouldn't selling seashells by the seashore be a bad business venture? Yes. What are the songs in the background of your videos and where to find them? These are in the standard YouTube audio library. So if you have a channel, you'll be able to get them for free. So I don't buy music or do any of that. This is literally just the standard YouTube stuff. So yeah, anyone can get it. You can find it on the channel. You might need to do a little searching to find the specific ones I use, though. What is your favorite HFY story so far? It's a hard one. As far as one-shots go, I like An Alien Plays. I'm a big fan of Spifflemonk, because those are so fun to do. I don't know. I've done so many, but I guess it's different stories over different time periods. So, Life of a Teenage Hellworlder, Hunter or Huntress, Fuck You, I'm an Axe. But as I say, my favourite series at the moment is just on drop, because it's just so well written. But I think favourite one-shots would be Spifflemonk. There is another one-shot, actually, which I can't remember the title of, but I think it was very well done. Because it involved, humanity eventually... A human company basically buys a remote star system. And the aliens, it's a peaceful one. And, they go there, the aliens wondering what's going on with that. And the humans eventually build this weird machine which actually engulfs around the star and basically engulfs it. And they basically go on, several years follow, and eventually the flaps in the machine around the stars open up and the star isn't there. And they eventually go to another system, nearby one of their systems, and then they essentially create a portal, which I thought was really good. And it went into the nuances of economics between different galactic powers, which I thought, it's kind of fun. You don't need to worry about FTL lanes when you've got a portal or a wormhole. Did you ever feel shame after narrating a story? I don't mean just hearing your voice again, I mean feeling outright filthy for reading something. Yes, the sex scenes. All the time. Small Galaxy especially. 1,000 Years of Blue Balls, or, the logistics of doing things. Yeah. What books other than those narrated on the channel do you read? I read quite a few on Royal Road. Some I'm reading at the moment is The Bee Dungeon, which is a dungeon core. The Ghost Trainer, which is actually a Pokemon fanfiction, weirdly enough, but it's written quite well. And if you have a look in the, in fact, there's another one I need to recommend actually, which is the Gate Traveler. But I've put them in the book club section of the Discord, so you can have a look at them. What will you be calling us, the loyal viewers? You are the Death Warders. What is Rena based on? Basically like a kitsune, like sort of like a fox. Watch it something like netlings. Netlings maybe. But Death Orders. We're definitely going with Death Orders. Do you practice on getting better with your femboy woman voice? No. I mean, the videos are the practice. Have you ever watched the anime Dr. Stone? No. If so, what's your opinion of it? I haven't even heard of it, to be honest. Right. More live reading. I've gone through enough of that. Okay. We've got a few links here. Okay, yep, we're going to do Churchill's speech. Let's go. Okay. June 4th, 1940. House of Commons. The position of the BEF had now become critical. As a result of a most skillfully conducted retreat and German errors, the bulk of the British forces reached the Dunkirk bridgehead. The peril facing the British nation was now suddenly and universally perceived. On May 26th, Operation Dynamo, the evacuation from Dunkirk began. The seas remained absolutely calm. The Royal Air Force, bitterly maligned at the time by the army, fought vehemently to deny the enemy the total air supremacy which would have wrecked the operation. At the outset, it was hoped that 45,000 men might be evacuated. In the event, over 338,000 Allied troops reached England, including 26,000 French soldiers. On June 4th, Churchill reported to the House of Commons, seeking to check the mood of national euphoria and relief at the unexpected deliverance, and to make a clear appeal to the United States. From the moment that the French defences at Sedan and on the Meuse were broken at the end of the second week of May, only a rapid retreat to Amiens and the south could have saved the British and French armies, who had entered Belgium at the appeal of the Belgian king, but this strategic fact was not immediately realised. The French High Command hoped they would be able to close the gap, and the armies of the north were under their orders. Moreover, a retirement of this kind would have involved almost certainly the destruction of the fine Belgian army of over 20 divisions and the abandonment of the whole of Belgium. Therefore, when the force and scope of the general penetration were realised, and when a new French generalissimo, General Wegland, assumed command in place of General Gamelin, an effort was made by the French and British armies in Belgium to keep on holding the right hand of the Belgians and to give their own right hand to a newly created French army, which was to have advanced across the Somme in great strength to grasp it. However, the German eruption swept like a sharp scythe around the right and rear of the armies of the north. 8 or 9 armoured divisions, each of about 400 armoured vehicles of different kinds, but carefully assorted to be complementary and divisible into small self-contained units, cut off all communications between us and the main French armies. It severed our own communications for food and ammunition, which ran first to Amiens and afterwards through Abbeville, and it shore its way up the coast to Bourneville and Calais, and almost to Dunkirk. Behind this armoured and mechanised onslaught came a number of German divisions in lorries, and behind them again there plodded comparatively slowly the dull brute mass of the ordinary German army and German people, always so ready to be led to the trampling down in other lands of liberties and comforts, which they have never known in their own. I have said this armoured side-stroke almost reached Dunkirk, almost, but not quite. Boulogne and Calais were the scenes of desperate fighting. The Guards defended Boulogne for a while, and were then withdrawn by orders from this country. The Rifle Brigade, the 60th Rifles, and the Queen Victoria's Rifles, with a battalion of British tanks and 1,000 Frenchmen, in all about 4,000 strong, defended Calais to the last. The British Brigadier was given an hour to surrender. He spurned the offer, and 4 days of intense street fighting passed before silence reigned over Calais, which marked the end of a memorable resistance. Only 30 unwounded survivors were brought off by the Navy, and we do not know the fate of their comrades. Their sacrifice, however, was not in vain. At least 2 armoured divisions, which otherwise would have been turned against the British Expeditionary Force, had to be sent to overcome them. They have added another page to the glories of the light divisions, and the time gained enabled the Gravelines waterlines to be flooded and to be held by the French troops.
Thus, it was that the port of Dunkirk was kept open. When it was found impossible for the armies of the north to reopen their communications to our main, with the main French armies, only one choice remained. It seemed, indeed, forlorn. The Belgian, British, and French armies were almost surrounded. Their sole line of retreat was to a single port and to its neighbouring beaches. They were pressed on every side by heavy attacks, and far outnumbered in the air. When, a week ago today, I asked the House to fix this afternoon as the occasion for a statement, I feared it would be my hard lot to announce the greatest military disaster in our long history. I thought, and some good judges agreed with me, that perhaps 20,000 or 30,000 men might be re-embarked. But it certainly seemed that the whole of the French First Army, and the whole of the British Expeditionary Force north of the Armain-Abbeville Gap, would be broken up in the open field, or else would have to capitulate for lack of food and ammunition. These were the hard and heavy tidings for which I called upon the House, and the nation to prepare themselves a week ago. The whole root and core and brain of the British Army, on which and around which we were to build, and are to build, the great British armies in the later years of the war, seemed about to perish upon the field, or to be laid into an ignominious and starving captivity. Shit. That was the prospect a week ago. But another blow, which might well have proved final, was yet to fall upon us. The King of the Belgians had called upon us to come to his aid. Had not this ruler and his government severed themselves from the Allies, who rescued their country from extinction in the late war, and had they not sought refuge in what was proved to be a fatal neutrality, the French and British armies might well at the outset have saved not only Belgium, but perhaps even Poland. Yet at the last moment, when Belgium was already invaded, King Leopold called upon us to come to his aid, and even at the last moment we came. He and his brave, efficient army, nearly 500,000 strong, guarded our left flank, and thus kept open our only line of retreat to the sea. Suddenly, without prior consultation, with the least possible notice, without the advice of his ministers and upon his own personal act, he sent a plenipotentiary to the German command, surrendered his army, and exposed our whole flank and means of retreat. God, even then, Brussels is a pain in the arse. I asked the House a week ago to suspend its judgment because the facts were not clear, but I do not feel that any reason now exists why we should not form our own opinions upon this pitiful episode. The surrender of the Belgian army compelled the British at the shortest notice to cover a flank to the sea more than 30 miles in length. Otherwise, all would have been cut off, and all would have shared the fate to which King Leopold had condemned the finest army his country had ever formed. So in doing this, and in exposing this flank, as anyone who followed the operations on the map will see, contact was lost between the British and 2 out of the 3 corps forming the First French Army. It's corps forming the First French Army, who was still farther from the coast than we were, and it seemed impossible that any large number of Allied troops could reach the coast. The enemy attacked on all sides with great strength and fierceness, and their main power, the power of their far more numerous air force, was thrown into the battle, or else concentrated upon Dunkirk and the beaches. Pressing in upon the narrow exit, both from the east and from the west, the enemy began to fire with cannon upon the beaches, by which alone the shipping could approach or depart. They sowed magnetic mines in the channels and seas. They sent repeated waves of hostile aircraft, sometimes more than 100 strong in one formation. To cast their bombs upon the single pier that remained, and upon the sand dunes upon which the troops had their rise for shelter. Their U-boats, one of which was sunk, and their motor launches took their toll of the vast traffic which now began. For 4 or 5 days, an intense struggle reigned. All their armoured divisions, or what was left of them, together with great masses of infantry and artillery, hurled themselves in vain upon the ever-narrowing, ever-contracting appendix within which the British and French armies fought. Meanwhile, the Royal Navy, with the willing help of countless merchant seamen, strained every nerve to embark the British and Allied troops. 220 light warships and 650 other vessels were engaged. They had to operate upon the difficult coast, often in adverse weather, under an almost ceaseless hail of bombs and an increasing concentration of artillery fire. Nor were the seas, as I have said, themselves free from mines and torpedoes. It was in conditions such as these that our men carried on, with little or no rest for days and nights on end, making trip after trip across the dangerous waters, bringing with them always men whom they had rescued. The numbers they had brought back are the measure of their devotion and their courage. The hospital ships, which brought off many thousands of British and French wounded, being so plainly marked, were a special target for Nazi bombs, but the men and women on board them never faltered in their duty. Meanwhile, the Royal Air Force, which had already been intervening in the battle so far as its range would allow from home bases, now used part of its main metropolitan fighter strength and struck at the German bombers and at the fighters which in large numbers protected them. This struggle was protracted and fierce. Suddenly the scene had cleared. The crash and thunder has for the moment, but only for the moment, died away. A miracle of deliverance, achieved by valor, by perseverance, by perfect discipline, by faultless service, by resource, by skill, by unconquerable fidelity. God, that's a tongue twister. It's manifest to us all. The enemy was held back by the retreating British and French troops. He was so roughly handled that he did not hurry their departure seriously. The Royal Air Force engaged the main strength of the German Air Force and inflicted upon them losses of at least 4-1, and the Navy, using nearly 1,000 ships of all kinds, carried over 335,000 men, French and British, out of the jaws of death and shame to their native land, and to the tasks which lie immediately ahead. We must be very careful not to assign to this deliverance the attributes of a victory. Wars are not won by evacuations, but there was a victory inside this deliverance which should be noted. It was gained by the Air Force. Many of our soldiers coming back have not seen the Air Force at work. They only saw the bombers which escaped its protective attack. They underrate its achievements. I have heard much talk of this. That is why I go out of my way to say this. I will tell you about it.
Leonard Norling, thank you very much. Congratulations on 100,000. Very much. And, wow, Jay is currently at 4,019 videos watched on this channel. Lol, that's wild. Those are rookie numbers. We have more videos than that. Now, where did I come from?
Many of our soldiers coming back have not seen the Air Force at work. They saw only the bombers which escaped its protective attack. They underrate its achievements. I have had much talk of this. That is why I go out of my way to say this. I will tell you about it. This was a great trial of strength between the British and German Air Forces. Can you conceive a greater objective for the Germans in the air than to make evacuation from these beaches impossible, and to sink all these ships which would displayed, almost to the extent of thousands? Could there have been an objective of greater military importance and significance for the whole purpose of the war than this? They tried hard, and they were beaten back. They were frustrated in their task. We got the army away, and they have paid fourfold for any losses which they have inflicted. Very large formations of German aeroplanes, and we know that they are a very brave race, have turned on several occasions from the attack of 1/4 of their number of the Royal Air Force, and have dispersed in different directions. 12 aeroplanes have been hunted by 2. 1 aeroplane was driven into the water and cast away by the mere charge of a British aeroplane, which had no more ammunition. All of our types, the Hurricane, the Spitfire, and the new Defiant, and all our pilots have been vindicated as superior to what they have at present to face. When we consider how much greater would be our advantage in defending the air above this island against an overseas attack, I must say that I find in these facts a short basis upon which practical and reassuring thoughts may rest. I will pay my tribute to these young airmen. The great French army was very largely, for the time being, cast back and disturbed by the onrush of a few thousands of armored vehicles. May it not also be that the cause of civilization itself will be defended by the skill and devotion of a few thousand airmen? There never has been, I suppose, in all the world, in all the history of war, such an opportunity for youth. The Knights of the Round Table, the Crusaders, all fall back into the past. Not only distant, but prosaic. These young men, going forth every morn to guard their native land, and all that we stand for, holding in their hands these instruments of colossal and shattering power, of whom it may be said that every morn brought forth a noble chance, and every chance brought forth a noble knight, deserve our gratitude, as do all the brave men who, in so many ways and on so many occasions, are ready, and continue ready to give life and all for their native land. I return to the army. In the long series of very fierce battles, now on this front, now on that, fighting on 3 fronts at once, battles fought by 2 or 3 divisions against an equal or somewhat larger number of the enemy, and fought fiercely on some of the old grounds that so many of us knew so well in these battles, our losses in men have exceeded 30,000 killed, wounded and missing. I take occasion to express the sympathy to the House of all who have suffered bereavement or who are still anxious. The President of the Board of Trade, Sir Andrew Duncan, is not here today. His son has been killed, and many in the House have felt the pangs of affliction in the sharpest form. But I will say this about the missing. We have had a large number of wounded come home safely to this country, but I would say about the missing that there may be very many reported missing who will come back home, some day, in one way or another. In the confusion of this fight, it is inevitable that many have been left in positions where honor required no further resistance from them. Against this loss of over 30,000 men, we can set a far heavier loss, certainly inflicted upon the enemy. But our losses in material are enormous. We have perhaps lost 1/3 of the men we lost in the opening days of the battle of 21st March, 1918. But we have lost nearly as many guns, nearly 1,000, and all of our transport, all the armoured vehicles that were with the army in the north. This loss will impose a further delay on the expansion of our military strength. That expansion has not been proceeding as far as we had hoped. The best of all we had to give had gone to the British Expeditionary Force, and although they had not the numbers of tanks and some articles of equipment which were desirable, they were a very well and finely equipped army. They had the first fruits of all that our industry had to give, and that is gone. And now here is the further delay. How long it will be, how long it will last, depends upon the exertions which we make in this island. An effort the like of which has never been seen in our records is now being made. Work is proceeding everywhere, night and day, Sundays and weekdays. Capital and labour have cast aside their interests, rights and customs, and put them into the common stock. Already the flow of munitions has leaped forward. There is no reason why we should not in a few months overtake the sudden and serious loss that has come upon us, without retarding the development of our general program. Nevertheless, our thankfulness at the escape of our army and so many men, whose loved ones have passed through an agonizing week, must not blind us to the fact that what has happened in France and Belgium is a colossal military disaster. The French army has been weakened. The Belgian army has been lost. A large part of those fortified lines upon which so much faith had been reposed is gone. Many valuable mining districts and factories have passed into the enemy's possession. The whole of the Channel ports are in his hands, with all the tragic consequences that follow from that, and we must expect another blow to be struck almost immediately at us or at France. We are told that Herr Hitler has a plan for invading the British Isles. This has often been thought of before. When Napoleon lay at Boulogne for a year with his flat-bottomed boots and his grand army, he was told by someone, "There are bitter weeds in England." There are certainly a great many more of them since the British Expeditionary Force returned. Tigra and Coffee for My Breakfast, thank you very much for becoming channel members. I hope you enjoy. The whole question of home defense against invasion is, of course, powerfully affected by the fact that we have for the time being in this island incomparably more powerful military forces than we have ever had at any moment in this war or the last. But this will not continue. We shall not be content with a defensive war. We have our duty to our ally. We have to reconstitute and build up the British Expeditionary Force once again, under its gallant commander-in-chief, Lord Gort. All this is in train, but in the interval, we must put our defences in this island into such a high state of organisation that the fewest possible numbers will be required to give effective security, and that the largest possible potential of offensive effort may be realised. On this we are now engaged. It will be very convenient, if it be the desire of the House, to enter upon this subject in a secret session. Not that the government would necessarily be able to reveal in very great detail military secrets, but we like to have our discussions free, without the restraint imposed by the fact that they will be read the next day by the enemy, and the government would benefit by views freely expressed in all parts of the House by members with their knowledge of so many different parts of the country. I understand that some request is to be made upon this subject, which will be readily acceded to by His Majesty's government. We have found it necessary to take measures of increasing stringency, not only against enemy aliens and suspicious characters of other nationalities, but also against British subjects who may become a danger or a nuisance should the war be transported to the United Kingdom. I know there are a great many people affected by the orders which we have made, who are the passionate enemies of Nazi Germany. I am very sorry for them, but we cannot, at the present time and under the present stress, draw all the distinctions which we should like to do. If parachute landings were attempted, and fierce fighting attendant upon them followed, these unfortunate people would be far better out of the way, for their own sakes as well as for ours. There is, however, another class, for which I feel not the slightest sympathy. Parliament has given us the powers to put down fifth column activities with a strong hand, and we shall use these powers subject to the supervision and correction of the House, without the slightest hesitation, until we are satisfied, and more than satisfied, that this malignancy in our midst has been effectively stamped out. Turning once again, and this time more generally, to the question of invasion, I would observe that there has never been a period, in all these long centuries of which we boast, when an absolute guarantee against invasion, still less against serious raids, could have been given to our people. In the days of Napoleon, the same wind which would have carried his transports across the Channel might have driven away the blockading fleet. There was always the chance, and it is that chance which has excited and befooled the imaginations of many continental tyrants. Many are the tales that are told. We are assured that novel methods will be adopted, and when we see the originality of malice, the ingenuity of aggression, which our enemy displays, we may certainly prepare ourselves for every kind of novel stratagem and every kind of brutal and treacherous maneuver. I think that no idea is so outlandish that it should not be considered and viewed with a searching, but at the same time, I hope, with a steady eye. We must never forget the solid assurances of sea power, and those which belong to air power if it can be locally exercised. I have, myself, full confidence that if all do their duty, if nothing is neglected, and if the best arrangements are made, as they are being made, we shall prove ourselves once again able to defend our island home, to ride out the storm of war, and to outlive the menace of tyranny, if necessary for years, if necessary alone. At any rate, that is what we are going to try to do. That is the resolve of His Majesty's government, every man of them. That is the will of Parliament and the nation. The British Empire and the French Republic, linked together in their cause and in their need, will defend to the death their native soil, aiding each other like good comrades to the utmost of their strength. Even though large tracts of Europe and many old and famous states have fallen or may fall into the grip of the Gestapo and all the odious apparatuses of Nazi rule, we shall not flag or fail. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the I'll redo that, sorry. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. And even if, which I do not for a moment believe, this island or a large part of it was subjugated and starving, then our empire beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British fleet, would carry on the struggle, until, in God's good time,
The new world, with all its power and might, steps forth to the rescue and the liberation of the old. Oh, yeah. My webcam's looking a little grainy. Oh. Okay, well, that was a great one to do. Yeah, thanks for submitting it, Joe. That was brilliant. I might actually, I can actually do that properly, and I can actually probably do a few more of these. There are a few more that are related, but I will do a few others. Now, I confirm with Ghost the Dragon. He didn't write it. So while there's a possibility of me doing a video of this one, I need permission to do it. Of course, you can't see because I'm on the wrong tab. There we go. Yes. So the dragon and outer space here. I need permission from authors. I'm always above board. I don't steal content. But you know, public domain stuff, absolutely fine. But I don't want to fuck with authors. Never. Emiko from there will be Scritches. Toyoko, Tokyo, Koka, Koyu, Koka, Kokucho no Koka. God, I hate doing Japanese. Now, I was just given the words the High Crusade. If it's not a link or a block of text, I ain't doing it. Now, here we go. Let's open that in browser. Made that a little bit bigger for you guys. That's what she said. No. Yes. Ah, Del. Ah, glad you enjoyed the speech. Now, hope. Yeah, my webcam's a little bit buggery, but it doesn't really matter. I'm going to record this here. Are we all good? Yep, we're all good. The Helldivers, when you think about it, are fucking horrifying. 4 unaugmented guys in armor, trained and equipped at the lowest reasonable cost, thrown from orbit onto an alien world which many have never stepped foot on. And within moments of landing, they're combat ready, and often engaging the enemy in less than a minute. They don't fear bullets. They don't fear dozens of cow-sized insectoids bowling at them. Hell, they're brave enough to run circles around a tank to get a good point-blank rocket launcher shot in the middle of an all-out battle with artillery and airstrikes raining down all around them. And if you do manage to down one, after they've mowed down dozens of your friends, absorbed several dozen bullets, and more than their fair share of rockets, guess what? Another one drops in within seconds, identically armored, identically equipped, and he mows through all of you, picks up the last one's machine gun, and just keeps moving. And guess what? Some of them you never even see. You can see the hell pods come down, and then when you go to investigate, nothing. They're gone. And then your outposts start exploding, one by one, destroyed by rockets coming from nowhere. Airstrikes and orbital artillery raining down with uncanny precision, and any bots caught alone or in small groups disappear, like they never existed at all. And as soon as you do spot one, call in a bot drop. Dozens of bots coming in to join the fight. Hulks, tanks, the lot. You can't even find a trace of them. Just some shell casings and a single spent missile tube. Ooh, throat is going a little bit, but we're still there. But don't worry about me. This is what sometimes happens when I do the longer projects, especially the multi-hour stories and other things I've done. Yeah, eventually, just I've got that momentum. I've got it. I can just go and do it. My throat might hurt for a little bit afterwards, though. Speaking of which, I'm nearly done with my whiskey. I have some sherry cask brandy, which I really, really want. I've got a Canadian whiskey, which I can't drink in the moment because it's got honey in it. No, I think it's sweetened with maple. It's Canadian maple whiskey. And I've got, Antigua knows this one, Danish rum. And they're both sealed at the moment. The Canadian sweetened whiskey I can't have because I'm on a keto diet, so I can't have any carbs whatsoever. That includes sugar. But heavy spirits are okay. The rum is absolutely... I haven't tried the rum yet, but I will try the rum soon. At the moment, I've got a scotch and I've got a brandy open. And I've got like 2 more bottles of whiskey coming. So I promise I'm not an alcoholic. It's just I was taking advantage of a few deals. They'll last me for a little while. Right, what else do we have? What if the author recommends themselves? Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so we got someone here. Polish homework. So I'm going to actually switch back to Discord. So he's given me the actual Polish homework he had to hand in and the translation. Let's have a look. Net Narrator, you do the best insectoid xenos. Yeah.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. Or maybe I can do a bit more skittering noises like this.
Whiskey, scotch. This is a... Now, you might not... My webcam's a little bit buggery, but it's a Tan Lovlin. It is very, very nice. Double cask, heavily peated. Well, I think it's lightly peated rather than heavily. Peated, for those that don't normally drink whiskey, is whiskey with a bit of a smoky flavour. But it also has a certain sweetness to it as well. So I really like this. I've gone for more expensive whiskies before, but this is a favourite I've had before, and I thought, you know, I deserve to treat myself. But I was, for a little while I was in London, more so, sort of a member of the Scotch Malt Whisky Society, because my father was a member, and I was often his +1. And I was often able to get several rare bottles from there. And although I'm not collecting whiskey now, I'm not buying anything super expensive. I did buy a few expensive bottles from there, and I have consumed them. They're very, very nice. And they had a rum there as well, which is Panamanian. But at the moment, I'm just going for, like, keeping my price point relatively low. But I'm going to wait until I buy a house before I go for proper whiskies. Net, you should make a Stellaris Advisor voice pack, especially... is possible. Like, I'm open to this. Like, if people want to do a mod, sure, just give me the lines to say, I'll do them. If Paradox themselves or whoever the developers are want to let me do it, I'm happy to do it. Like, you know, I'm open to this. I'm happy to do so. Even if it's the Prick Tea, which inspired Commander Cocaine. Not Commander Cocaine, Kitty Kush. Rye whiskies. I've had a American bourbon before, which is very, very nice. It was that was from the Malt Whiskey Society, but it was very it was a rare one. I think it's something with the word pumpkin in it. Okay, and thank you for showing up, Jerry. You're heading off, and Flint's around, which is awesome. I have had rye whiskies before. I've actually got a few in the cupboard. I haven't popped them open yet. And, actually, yeah, I've got two whiskies coming in. They're both by the same company. One's an actual bourbon, and the other is a whiskey cream. So it's like Irish cream, but with rye whiskey. So, yeah. But I haven't tried as much rye whiskey, purely because, like, Scotch is closer and is easier for me to get. So it's just a geography. But I'm not against American whiskey. American whiskey, for me, can be a little bit sweeter. And some of the tastes are quite wild. So, yeah, I'm very much into it. But sadly, I'm not drinking that tonight. I've just got brandy. Where's the bottle of brandy? My apologies for my shirt being open, by the way. It is fucking hot. This is the brandy I got. It was, I will admit, it's a Spanish brandy, actually. And you know, it was reasonably priced. I thought, yeah, it's a litre of the stuff. That'll be good for clearing my throat in the mornings and possibly for some morning alcoholism. No, I'm not an alcoholic. But no, it's actually quite nice. But you know, I prefer Scotch whiskey. And I like trying new things. 4 Roses quarter cask. I will add that to my to-do list. Anyway, now I've taken a little break from that, I'm going to go back to narrating something else. So let's have a look. Ah, yes, the Polish homework. Am I on the right tabs? Yes, I am. Zandani domowi. Jak sobie your brothers within the symbolic alter ego. Która postać literary culture, history, love, philosophy, o sabia twoje leke e ose kewike wania. Dizego opsi take spotkani. Okoto 250 stol. Na katse tu odania. Okay. So I'll do the translation, then I'll give you the background. Translation. Homework. How do you handle your own symbolic alter ego? Which character from literature, culture, history, or philosophy embodies your fears and expectations? Why? Describe such a meeting. Approximately 250 words? That's fucking nothing. Approximately 250 words on paper for submission. 250 words! When I was in secondary school, we had to have several thousand bloody essays. You got it easy. That generally makes me upset. On paper for submission. Now, okay. So I was given the homework here. Let me, yeah, there is a PDF there. Alright, no. Alright. So, as a PDF, I'm going to try and open it in the Google tabs because that's easier. Because I don't want to have to set up, you know, anything silly. So, let's, not for his cask. There we go. And this is, it was explained that this is a fanfiction of There Will Be Scritches. So I don't know if he's gone to the author or not regarding this, but I have like permanent permission from the author to do There Will Be Scritches. And this is homework, so I think it should be okay. Right, let me just bring up the right tab. Boop. Okay, and I'll need to zoom in so you guys can all see. Thank you very much, Blue Bucket Customs, for showing up. Glad you had fun. So, the therapist starts. I'm Mark, King of the Schools Fisher, but you can call me whatever you like. I'm gonna have to ask the guy where the fuck that nickname came from, by the way. Like, that was just like, what the shit? Okay.
My name is XYZ, but most people call me X.
So, X, what made you seek therapy? Asked Mark inquisitively.
Well, I've been having this recurring nightmare, and before you say anything, I've never even had dreams before. Just waking up because my mind made something up was weird, but... He waits for me a bit to calm... No, I'll do it in the Polish voice. He waits a bit for me to calm down. I only now noticed I was shaking. Take a moment if you need it. Breathe in and out. Please continue, he says, while I calm down enough to continue. It is the same every night for the last year or so. I fall asleep in a hooded figure clad in metal. I pause to think for a bit. Or maybe a better description is that his skin is metal. He has glowing red eyes and an unmoving face with predatory fangs. At that, I begin to tense up again, remembering what happens at the end. No. Him? You saying that makes me think he does not just sit around. Does he? Queries Mark. I say, yeah, but I have to tell you a bit more about myself. Do you know what the transhumanism movement is? I see a slight hint of recognition on his face, but it is quickly superseded by an interested expression. Assume I know nothing at all. Tell me about them. Without going into too much detail, it is a movement of people who want to cybernetically augment themselves to become a better species. I explain. I think that I am a part of the movement. I love to have a cybernetic arm or eyes that can see heat, etc. Well, oh no. That makes sense, but I can't see the connection with the nightmare. Questions Mark. Well, here is the thing. The person in the dream, he is a cyborg, so I would expect him to be the good guy in the plot of my dream. My voice begins to falter at the end of this sentence. Well, he is not. I finally finish. And why is that? Another thing I haven't told you about myself is that I am very optimistic about the human race. I want to believe that we will put our warlike nature behind us. That if we meet aliens, we will be friends with them. But this guy, Death, he calls himself. But I think I once heard him say his full name. Jackson Scout Stetter.
You said that as if you talked to him in your dream, interrupts Mark. Yes, that is the weird part. I can talk to him. I do it every night. He tells me that there was, or will be from our time frame, a first contact war that humans somehow win. Something about Class 12 plus Death World. The weird part is, both us and the aliens reached a peace agreement, I state. And why is that weird? Questions Mark. Mr. Stetter calls the agreement stealing the rightful place of... Mr. Stetter calls the agreement stealing the rightful place of the Terrans and the chosen people. If we can get to space and people like this still exist... He even called the aliens subhuman, and said he wants to keep them as slaves. I spit. And if there is one such individual, there are more. Maybe most of our race might be like this. I start to cry a bit, and maybe my positive outlook on the future of our race is flawed. Mark thinks for a bit, giving me a box of tissues. He told you that there was a peace agreement, yes? He finally says. Yes, he did. And he told you humans... He pauses for a moment. Won. Yes, I say, with my eyes watered. And do imperialist nations sign a peace agreement when they are winning? Well, sometimes. But your story has not made it seem like a war of conquest. People wanted the war to stop, so the agreement was signed. This does not sound like something slavers would do. I slowly look into his eyes and think about his statement. No, they wouldn't. When you speak to him next, try to ask him about the nature of that war, he suggests. Try to fight his arguments, got her own voice. I have, multiple times. He has a join us or die mentality. Remember when I tensed up about the teeth? Well, I tense up again. When I disagree with him too much, he uses them. On me. Oh my. After that, I wake up in the cold sweat, I answer. This is the reason that I am insomniac. We spend a minute in silence while Mark processes the information. I am going to be honest with you. You are the first time I've ever heard of such a thing happening, he says. If you want to try something to maybe lessen the issues a bit, try reading some books. If you want my recommendation, try There Will Be Scritches. It may help ease Stetter's presence. Thank you, Doctor. Anything to make me sleep well.
There Will Be Scritches, obviously, where these characters come from. Oh, it's interesting. I wonder what would happen if someone tried to do a homework based on Galactic High. That would be funny. Right, let's get back to Discord. There we go. I'm getting the hang of this streaming thing. Shame I can't get the hang of the bloody green screen, but that's because of the window outside changing the ambient light. Right, what do we got? Bourbons are great. Yeah, bourbons are pretty good. Plenty of bourbons and whiskies to sample. Oh, yeah. Angel's Envy Rum Cask. Something else on my list. I'm going to... Yeah, I am going to turn into an alcoholic if I go for all of these. I might add it on my wish list. Where is it? Angel's Envy Rum Cask. Well, I'm going to finish this dram. Then I'm going to try something else. 126 pounds. I've just seen the fucking price point for that. It's possible. I'll need to have a look at it first and see. Look at reviews. See what I can expect. Let's see who have we got here. Hello, Net Narrator. Do you know where I can find more of Dungeon License? You will no longer be narrating it. The author keeps posting on Royal Road and r/HFY, but he stopped the series because he's published the first 2 books. So I would guess absolutely support the author and go buy the book on Amazon. I think he's got the 2 books at the moment. I think the second book ends with the Harbinger stuff. Not the Harbinger. The Hullbreak stuff being resolved. I'm not 100% sure. I think that's where it stops. But the story continues up to helping out the Southwood. So I personally keep up with it on Royal Road. It's a great series, and as I say before, I'll say it again. There's absolutely no hard feelings with the author whatsoever. Like I'm very happy for him. Like he's taken something great. He's managed to make his money out of it. So I hope he's able to do this full time, because that's straight out of my playbook. Jackie is in your house and you can't let anyone know about it.
Oh yeah, she is here.
Wait, I'm Scifi. That's my voice.
Oh, I should. It's going to sound weird to people that don't know me if I'm just making up random voices talking to myself. At least he isn't in America, or you'd have to worry about her getting the guns. That is true. Although we do have guns here in the UK, it's mainly shotguns. And although we have a lot of knife laws out there. Oh, that's good. Anyway, I'm just going to relax. I'm just going to have the last of the whiskey, and then I'm going to fill it with brandy. And I've got freezing cold coffee there. Now, I should mention as well, like, although some authors, a lot of authors on Roll Ride actually do the exclusive thing with Amazon. There are plenty of authors that don't, and Bluefish Cake, who wrote Sexy Space Babes, is one of them, because he still has his Patreon, and he actually makes more money on Patreon and being non-exclusive with Amazon. So that's why he does that. That's why I'm able to continue doing the series, and I'm very, very grateful for that to happen. Although, of course, like the moment he decides that shouldn't be the case anymore, which is absolutely fine. We understand it can happen. Things can change. I will be taking those down the moment he requests. UK is mainly knives. Although, having said that, there have been cases of 3D printed guns. So yeah, I'm jealous of Tigre if he has a gun. What was I going to say? Yeah, but we've got these increased issues where gangsters are 3D printing guns, so it is legal to get a 3D printer. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up getting one. But you can have a 3D printer, but you can't print off the parts. If you print off the parts, not necessarily putting it together, that's a huge fucking sentence. So yeah, I think Count Dankula actually mentioned it on the video, because I will admit, it was in the back of my mind. It's like, okay, what if I made the parts, just hid them around places in the house, and maybe I can John Wick this shit if anyone invades. No. Right, let's get something. Oh no, let's finish the scotch. This is a very nice scotch. Now, it's important to note on the stream, I am being compliant. I'm not sure what YouTube's TOS is, but I'm fully aware of Twitch's. Being drunk on stream is a no-no, and I'm not getting drunk at all. While this was a big dram, this is only one. And this is my first dram of alcohol tonight. And indeed in a little while, actually. So I'm just going to finish this. I'm going to have a second dram, and I'll be fine. Like, I've gone to the Whiskey Society. I've had like 12 drams before. It's been something ridiculous. Although having said that, I'm being very, very generous with my pours. Current drink count is 1 dram of Scotch whiskey. Although it's a particularly strong one. This is coffee, and I have a bag of water down below. That's a couple of litres. About 4 litres, maybe? 4 litres? I don't know. Maybe 2 litres, maybe. But yeah, very, very useful to take on a hike. I had that up out Snowdon. And I tell you what, I need to get the photos of that out, because I look absolutely wrecked by the end of it. I'm not even kidding. But it took me and my dad and my little brother several hours to get up. And yeah, it was insane. Got up there in the end, like climbed all the way to the top, no taking ferries or anything. But it had a nice little building that we stayed in for a little while. So that was very, very nice. God, I tend to ramble when I'm not drinking. Hang on. Trouble is, I want to finish it, but I don't want to just down it or anything. That's not how you drink whiskey. Don't confuse the water bag for the piss bag. Absolutely not. No, I've done that before. Oh, that's good stuff. I might have some more of that after the stream. Now, I know I might be annoying a few people. This is the same glass I've been using with a different brandy, but hopefully I'm not going to piss anyone off too much by doing this. It's a matter of convenience. That is some good brandy. Now, I should clarify, I do drink beer and I do drink wine like normal people. It's just the specific diet I'm on doesn't allow for it. Because beer and wine have carbs, and because this is basically pure alcohol, this does not have carbs. So I can get away. Yes, yep, and Marin has posted in the chat. Very useful, thank you very much. Dungeon Live is on Audible. I don't actually know who they've got doing that. I should actually have a listen, see who is actually doing the official Audible version, because that's quite funny. The first book ends just before the whole break horror, and what's going on here ends about halfway through book 2. Okay. Yeah, well, okay. That's fair enough. But still, I'm happy for the guy. Like, he's not the only author I've worked with that's published, and I'm very, very proud of all of them. Of course, I need to think about publishing at some point, but I want to sort of get my current arc down to a definitive point. Like, there's a point in the story where I think it'll be a great place to sort of pause and then have a hiatus and then carry on. So I want to get to that point, but at the moment we're doing awkward shadow runs with spooky shit in the woods. After running from a guy modified after one of my favourite wrestlers, who was a bit too on the nose, I think. Who worshipped? Yeah, that was a bit wild, that fight, but I'm glad I did it. I definitely had to put a From Dusk Till Dawn reference in there. From like the guy talking about, hey, we've got strange pussy, hairy pussy, that kind of thing, and then we got basically my version of Sex Machine with a fucking whip. So yeah. Anyway, like I'm stalling. I need to do some more narrations. That's what I'm here for. Right. Next one, Theo the Degenerate, written by me, posted by me. Note, Lawrence uses received pronunciation. I don't know what that means. Let's find out. Oh shit, this is a long one. Okay. Well, I haven't seen this one before, so we're going to see what happens. Ooh, back. Right, so I'm going to give this a go. File selected. Selected language, Terran. Sol Franca Alpha, English. User ID. Administrator ID detected. Edit function enabled. Read only selected. Projector found. Connect to TGC XR. Suite A. Connecting. Connection successful. Rendering. The extra reality suite is suddenly filled with a hyperreal scene of a particularly antique study or office of some sort. Mahogany furniture covers every corner of the room, not least of all the enormous desk artfully framed by an astroglass picture window, with stunning view of the Helix Nebula. Sat in an executive office chair at the desk is a Terran male of Anglo-Celtic descent, with well-coiffed dark hair and wearing a black formal suit. Ah, it's written like a play. Atkins stands from his chair, stepping around the desk to address the room. Hello again, dear friends. My name is Lawrence Atkins. Today I represent the Terran Galactic Confederacy yet again in matters of bringing the universe together. Atkins smiles to his theoretical audience, picking up an old-fashioned A-level padfolio from the desk, holding it up to display it. Today's topic? Well, I must say it's one of my favorites, but I'm sure you could tell it's written all over my face after all. Holding the pad level to his face, he flicks it open, revealing traditional illustrations of other Terrans expressing various levels of joy or mirth. His lips pour all the way into a grin as he looks at the pad, then out to the audience. Let's talk about smiles. The setting fades away into a deep blue void.
In the center appears a model of a Terran head, colored in an illustrative cyan. It begins to change to a variety of facial expressions. Voiceover. Over millions of years, our social nature has led us to evolve complex facial muscles as a means of creating a wider variety of expressions than most of our peers at home, allowing for swift nonverbal communication between members of a group. The skin of the head becomes transparent, revealing the muscle structure underneath, as the expression of the model becomes neutral again. Flint saying, "Oh hey, porn." Don't make me paranoid. I know there was no porn on there. We're not pulling a Volch or a Boogie or a Wings of Redemption. No. We're not doing that. Oh, that was a kick. Now, it's important to note that with, this is directed like a play, so making it a narration, I have to have a little bit of creative freedom here to make it work. As you can see, out of the 20 major muscle groups of the face, 11 of them are directly connected to the mouth. The muscles of the mouth are highlighted, glowing brighter than the rest of the face, which allows us to make some rather intriguing shapes with our lips and jaws. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sure we can discuss the breadth of human facial language at a later date, but for now, I'm here to address one specific expression that has created a lot of doubt and confusion amongst the rest of the integrated community. The highlighting of the mouth muscles fades, as they contract and pull the mouth of the head model into a closed-lip smile, while the skin becomes opaque again, demonstrating the external view. Atkins steps into view of the scene. The head is roughly half as tall as he is, with his nose approximately at his eye level. He gestures at the smile with a hand while gazing towards the audience perspective. This is a smile. Do note, my friends, the lack of any exposed teeth. This is obviously not an aggressive expression. Quite the contrary, in fact. I'm sure that any of you that have spent even a few moments interacting with humans can recognize it as an incredibly versatile expression of positive feelings. Pleasure, amusement, relief, satisfaction, I could surely go on. But it's a very small smile, isn't it? What might happen if the human in question is very happy, for whatever reason, He turns to look towards the head, which begins to emote further. The eyes partially close, and the corners of the lips are pulled further outwards, exposing some teeth. Atkins looks between the audience and the head. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is what's had some of you so worried, isn't it? Gesticulating rapidly at the mouth. That little sliver of front teeth right there. Most species with defying jaws display their masticatory organs as a warning to stay away, as that mouth surely isn't just for show. He gestures towards one of the corners of the mouth, causing the skin to become transparent again. But you'll notice if we take a look under the surface again that the act of pulling on the corners of the lips, forcing them to expand, has caused the muscles to become thinner. This, consequently, unintentionally, causes the middle part of the lips to open up a bit. We generally refer to this variation of a smile as a grin, of course, and you can rest assured that any human you see grinning your way is simply very pleased indeed. The skin of the model becomes opaque as it begins to fade out of view, winking before it disappears entirely. Atkins steps forward and inwards to a more central position, hands clasped together. Trust me, friends, if a human is angry with you, they most certainly won't be smiling. But we can cover that next time. For now, I've hopefully made it clear that a smile is integral to social interactions with humans, but you may be wondering how, despite your ability to better read the emotional state of your human friends, how might you be able to return the favor to strengthen your social bonds? The majority of union species lack such complex physical language, and some don't have faces at all. Smirking, wags finger. Thankfully, the TGC has come up with equivalent gestures members of every known Sophon species can use when interacting with humans that should be rather intuitive for us to interpret similarly. They may feel odd to begin with, but we're quite confident that they won't cause any discomfort beyond some initial silliness. Atkins fades from view once again, as a new model head of an Arvira appears. A feathered maniraptor-like species with small needle-like teeth and erect ears, with crest-like plumage.
For simplicity's sake, we'll order these alphabetically. Our Arviera friends are rather lucky, in that they share a somewhat similar lower facial structure to humans.
The mouth of the model opens as Atkins speaks. A defined lower jaw with teeth and a tongue, and most importantly of all, lips. As such, while it might be a little odd at first, and you likely won't be able to do so as widely as a human could, you are perfectly capable of offering a smile in return yourself. However, as a supplement, we also have another suggestion. Flaring your crest feathers. The ears of the model raise, spreading their plumage. Such a gesture is rather similar to many animals back home on Earth, and as such will be rather instinctive to read. The model of Arviera head smiles before fading out. It is quickly replaced by a model of a Karamvasa head, a semi-aquatic crustacean-like species with a flat dorsal carapace, its sensory organs and mouthparts folded flush against its chitinous shell.
Which brings us to our friends, the Karamvasa. In distinct contrast to the Arviera, your anthropodal anatomy didn't leave us with any shortcuts to skate by on. That much was certain. However, the TGC has never balked at a challenge before. As such, we've taken into account the parts of your anatomy that are the most flexible, and some cues from your own body language. The model Karamvasa unfolds its eye stalks and antennules, gently waving the latter back and forth. As such, our suggestion is to keep your eye stalks raised and to wave your antennules. I've never seen it spelled like that before, Jesus. Rather than requiring you to engage your mandibles for the sake of gesticulating, a casual wiggle of sorts from your antennules is a sufficiently non-threatening gesture that many humans may go so far as to find endearing. Certainly it should provide similar emotional feedback to a smile.
Face cam on the side of the screen. That is a smart idea. I did not even notice. Right, let's get you over that side. Feel trippy as hell, and that should be fine. Did the green screen get worse? Yes, it's possibly because of the lighting. I can fix that, but I will read this first. It's not, like, debilitatingly bad, but it could be better, I will admit. But the reason for it is, like, there's a window right behind the green screen, and there's lights above. It's now basically fully dark. There's still a few rays of, like, a little bit of light, so that's partly why. So, yeah, we'll fix it soon. Oh, God. Yeah, my throat's a bit buggered, but okay. The model Karamvasa head waves again and fades out, replaced by a model head of a Kirendat, a terrestrial anthropod resembling a Hymenopteran or mantid with large, round, compound eyes, prominent antennae that lay back when at rest, and a tapered head ending in extended pincer mandibles. This one is a drone/worker, to account for the extreme sexual dimorphism in the species. Now, our Kirintat friends have a similar issue to the Karamvasa, though a bit more pronounced. It's an unfortunate fact that many humans retain an instinctive fear of terrestrial arthropods, particularly certain eusocial varieties that are known for delivering painful venomous stings. A significant disadvantage brought about through no fault of your own. Due to this, we have come to the conclusion that perhaps the simplest solution is the best. The model Kirinat flicks its antenna to the side, gently, causing them to slowly sway back and forth. Simply wag your antenna. This should be a feasible gesture no matter your gender, and if you happen to be using your antenna at the time, a flick to the side of just one should be perfectly sufficient. The model Kirinat drone flicks its antenna again as it fades out, replaced by a model of a Morgact in its entirety, an amorphous, single-celled macroorganism resembling a 1-meter diameter bacterium without a fixed shape. Embedded in its membrane is a mechanical device designed to emit audio. With the difficulty we've been having with creating gestures for others who don't share our anatomy, one might assume that our friends, the Morgat, would be the most difficult challenge of all. However, that is simply not the case. In fact, I might say that our solution for you was perhaps not only the simplest, but also the most elegant and practical.
By now, most of us are well aware of the electromagnetic pulses that you use not only to communicate between your organelles, but to other members of your species. After all, it's the reason you all carry these translator devices, to interpret these signals and translate them into verbal speech for the benefit of the rest of us. Our proposal capitalizes upon this fact, and our research shows it will not interfere with your communication ability in any way. The model Morgat begins to glow bright yellow in slow, flashing pulses. Yes, it is quite so simple. Adjust your frequency to a range somewhere between 570 and 590 nanometers, and you'll immediately take on a striking visual indicator of joy. It may take some practice, but our tests have shown that once you've gotten the hang of it, it should be second nature. The model Morgat increases in brightness and fades out. A model head of a Bibcla fades in, a third, mustelid-like species with a flat face and large ears. Our Piplica friends, again, have the advantage of being endoskeletal species, with expressive ears and eyelids. For you, we've taken several cues from other Earth species and have multiple suggestions. The model Piplica head pivots its ears to face directly forward. Primarily, our suggestion is to direct your ears forwards, particularly at the human you happen to be speaking to. Whilst you all have lips similar to the Aviera, God damn. I tell you what, alien names throw me off so bad sometimes. Whilst you all have lips similar to the Aviera, your unique jaw shape may render attempting a true smile difficult, though you are certainly welcome to try it and see if you feel comfortable. As Atkins continues, the model Piplica head begins to squint slightly. Meanwhile, another possible gesture, a partial squinting of the eyes, resembling not only human gestures but that of several common companion species, we're quite partial to. In terms of facial expressions, we think you're quite well set with these. The model Piplica head winks and fades out, making way for a model head of a Uguru Grenigurd, a canid-like species with horizontal beaded slit pupils, cold horns, and a mane of dense fur around the neck. Where the fuck do you come up with these names? God damn! Okay. If not the Morgat, I think perhaps our friends, the Uguru Grenigurd, will have the easiest time adapting a gesture for humans to read. Unlike the Aviera, you are mammals, as are we, and unlike the Piplica, you also have the benefit of a rather mobile jaw and lips. As such, we only have one piece of advice. The model Ogugru Grenigurd opens its mouth, lips pulling back into a smile and tongue falling over to the side. Smile. You have a unique advantage of being able to quite easily mimic our own expressions. If you like to be particularly winsome, don't be too strict about keeping one's tongue so carefully tucked away in one's mouth. Another perk of resembling an Earth species, that. The model Uguru Gringigurd pulls its tongue back into its mouth and fades out, replaced by a model of a Visat in its entirety, an echinoid-like species entirely coated in highly flexible spine tendrils that resembles hair when not erect, as shown in the model. Now, our Visat friends were certainly challenging to adapt a gesture for. As you admittedly lack any form of visible anatomy, the TGC was forced to get rather creative. But, thankfully, much like the Morgat, your unique biology was, in fact, the key to the solution. In fact, it's quite simply a gesture from your own natural body language that happens to fit neatly with our criteria, and yours. The model Visat begins to subtly vibrate, emitting a soft buzzing noise as its hair bounces. The vibration is paused as Atkins begins speaking again. Upon discovering that you naturally purr as a sign of contentment, our work was nearly finished for us. In addition, however, we do suggest shaking your tendrils for greater emphasis, particularly when slack. The model Visat begins to shake its hair, before snapping erect into its spiny state as it fades out of view. Atkins returns to the scene as the study returns to view, hands clasped behind his back. Atkins looks around with a soft smile as he addresses the audience. I hope this material has been helpful to you, my dear friends. The TGC wants nothing more than to bolster our relations with the myriad of incredible species this universe has to offer, and I personally feel privileged to have this chance To not only explore outside of the confines of our home galaxy, but to be here in this position, directly working with our best and brightest to reach out a hand in friendship to anyone willing to take it. This concludes our wonderful presentation, and if any of you would like to contribute further to this discussion or find more information on the topic, do contact us at the official Terran Galactic Union extranet site under Social Resources. Thank you, and live well. He bows forward. The scene zooms out as the TGC anthem begins to play, then fades to black alongside the audio. The projection in the extra reality suite fades out, revealing its blank walls and floor, as the assembled audience in the collection of folding chairs begins to applaud. Playback ended. Restart. Selecting new file. Exiting program. That was excellent. I think this is our best one yet. I agree. Did you see those models? Were they seriously not from live scans? Holy shit, give the graphics guys a raise and a bonus. Larry, too. What is it? His face? His accent? Every time I watch one of these things where he's presenting, I just feel happy. Like I'm a little kid again in Alpha Red and the teacher's reading us a story. For sure. Hiring him was the greatest decision the Diplo Corps ever made. I think he single-handedly stopped at least 4 wars. Not for nothing, but the research team fucking nailed it. Did you know Vazak could purr? Not a clue. Still gives me the heebie-jeebies, though. I know, it's a set, but God, I would kill to have that off. Okay, let's redo that one. I know it's a set, but God, I would kill to have that office. Same. I hear it's real word, too. Anyway, it sounds like we're in unanimous agreement. 18.1 is approved, and immediately going up on the net. Damn right it is. Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, so we got a welcome to Hyperspace Zero. Message retracted. Ooh, the mystery. Well, it may be that you got the role and then you backed out of it, which is absolutely fine. You know, just make sure you know what you're doing. Just make sure you're within your means. It's all good, and there's plenty of other content on the channel to keep you going. Mountain Bulkhead, love you, man. Keep on streaming. Thank you. My voice might be dead soon, but I'll keep streaming for as long as I can until I physically can't talk anymore. I've been going for 4 hours. We're going strong. Cheers. And this brandy is fucking awesome. You know, I don't normally drink brandy. I have checked that it is keto friendly. But it was from I believe it was from a rum cask or a sherry cask? Sherry cask. Yeah. So it's taken a little bit of the natural sweetness, but it's like a sort of an toasted sweetness. It's very, very nice. But yeah, it's quite strong as well. So, in fact, what's the percentage on that? I think the Tam Lovin might be stronger, but no, 36. Okay, that's fine. Brandy, of course, being extra refined wine. Tam Lovin is 40%. Yeah, so the sherry is a bit weaker than Tam Lovin, but that's fine. Tam Lovin being the Scotch I'm drinking, just in case you joined. Right, who have we got here? Well, we still got a few viewers. And yeah, I'm looking a bit haggard. It's been known to happen. It's been known to happen. Right, I'm going to try and make the green screen a little bit better. We'll see. Yeah, if I turn it off too much, then okay, we're gonna try it. Nope. There's my green screen behind me, as you can see. Yes, you got to get the right balance, and I might have messed up by wearing a lighter top, but better. As Guardian Blacksmith, congratulations on reaching 100k. Happy to have been along for the journey, even if seldomly making myself known. Well, you've made yourself known now. Thank you very much, as Guardian Blacksmith. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I'm glad to keep doing it, and you know, I'll keep the content up. I'll keep working. Or having said that, I can keep working at that, but I'm terrible at the green screens and technical stuff. Well, yeah. I mean, it's probably the lighting where my desk is, but when I get a house, I'll make sure that's all sorted. All right. What else is on the Patreon that I can look at? Oh, God, now I'm really fucking invisible. Jesus. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not going to call it quits yet. I'll stick around. So. Right. Ooh, mage in training. Yep. Author of Selena Thomas, prosthesist. Or prosthetist. I don't know how to pronounce it. Big words confuse me. Right, how long is this? It is not that long. I'm cool with that. Yeah, I've caught up with Selena as well. It's still going. We're still getting some stuff coming and going. Okay, well, we're making a good, decent chunk of it through here. Now, I know a few people have pinged me, and you know, there's some alerts that I should probably look at. I'm not going to do it on stream though. Yeah, I'll keep you here. So this one I've already done. That was the fanfic. PDF version. I didn't need the PDF version for that. It was just, I only asked for a PDF from the doc. Okay. So that's the next one, which is the first foreign language one we've had. So we're going to do that. It might be I'll be able to get everything done. Sam Lord, congratulations on the 100k. Also, holy shit, face reveal. I've revealed my face before. I haven't hidden myself completely. And I'm a little bit clearer here. Oh, God, I'm not. Jesus. Ugh. Right, like I got time to sort that out then. Yes, getting a green screen set up is a specific science and not one I'm very good at. Well, no, it doesn't. Apparently, it doesn't like my hair. It's literally a fucking green screen. I typed in the color, all different types of the color green. So, yes, that is my green screen. We want it. Yeah, it's because it's light on that side. That's because that's where the light switch is. Bloody hell! Okay. Let's try and fix this, shall we? Better. Well, we sort of got there. Oh, God, I'm still bloody invisible. Okay. Ooh. Right, I'll see if I can improve that slightly. If not, I might just get a normal background or something. Who knows? Is it even remotely better now? Oh, God. Still not the best, but fucking hell. I'm not gonna mess around with stats all night. It worked earlier. Earlier it was fine. I think it's because the light has been changing. All right, let's get this one done. They're going to take me away. They, them, the others. Whatever they are have many names, and do not like being known. I have seen them, and that put me on their radar. It had been an accident, really, but that does not matter to the others. Yet, simply seeing them was nothing to be truly concerned about. Accidents happen. Their facades can slip by those who are perceptive enough. Those few precious humans whose talents have not been quashed by the heavy leaden weight of disbelief, nor the lies perpetrated by proxy known as religion. I know what they are, and that is dangerous. They cannot have that.
Knowing is something they cannot abide. It is antithetical. I am perceptive, more so than any other human, trained by my forefathers and foremothers, the last of my line. Yet we had not been alone. Throughout time and millennia immemorial, knowings have been given, hidden in myth, legends, stories, and games. The perceptive were growing in these dangerous modern times. They had grown lax, or so the perceptive had come to believe. Lies, perpetrated by them. The ugly, inexpertly made pendant of quartz and copper pulsed as it rested against my chest. They were here, and had come to take me away. I had been ready, the last of my line and name, prepared by my forefathers and foremothers, aided by the collective knowings of the perceptive. The knowings of protections, glyphs written in Aztec, around my front doorway boiled away in bloody smoke, and the door simply fell forward. An impossibly tall and faceless thin being of shadow, clad in the most classiest of suits, stood in the doorway. The physical confines of my doorway having no effect on its grandeur. Everything stretched to accommodate this being of untold power, as though Tim Burton did a Looney Tunes episode. I let it bask in its glory at eradicating such a... Thank you very much, Lars Joachim, Arstad Grammerstad, member for 7 months. Thank you very much. Love voice content? Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to keep going, and I love the fact that you guys love it. Even though I probably just butchered your name. I'm very sorry about that. Serious suggestion, The Princess and the Human. I don't think I got permission for that one. Yeah, like there's some good series out there that I've asked permissions for. I think that might have been one where I was either ignored or just outright rejected, which is unfortunate, but, you know, I'll do what I can. The knowings of protections, glyphs written in Aztec, around my front doorway, boiled away in bloody smoke, and the door simply fell forward. An impossibly tall and faceless thin being of shadow, clad in the most classiest of suits, stood in the doorway. Oh no, I did that bit. Where am I? I'm here. I let it bask in its glory at eradicating... I let it bask in its glory at eradicating such a powerful knowing, then shot it with a white flare. The physical impact merely annoyed it. The heat made it mad, but the white light burned the being, tearing through shadow flesh like a hot knife through butter. If the Slender Man didn't die outright, it would take many years to recover. My amulet pulsed again, the crudely made copper wire warming, letting me know more trouble was heading my way. I leaped away from the doorway, loading another flare, and simply shot out the open door. I had moved just in time to avoid a heavy, flat boulder being thrown like a skipping stone. It bounced off the floor and thundered from my back wall into the backyard. They really wanted to take me away. I needed help. I had to pull out all the stops, if they were willing to physically manifest. I shouted a phrase in an Inuit language, getting up from my spot on the floor and holding up a very old and chewed tennis ball. I heard a roar of a motorcycle revving up from the open garage door that sounded oddly like a harsh canine growl. I let out a long, high-pitched whistle, pouring my heart, soul, and intent into the single command. I heard a howl-like noise erupt from the motorcycle's exhaust, and tires squeal as the vehicle acted of its own accord, and nearly cried in joy at hearing my best girl once more. I had to focus. My guardian totem would not last long against the threats arrayed against me. I was not going to make Lola face them alone. She deserved more than that. Still holding onto the treasured tennis ball, slowly eroding, if not being able to handle my knowings, I ran outside. My motorcycle, now possessed by my beloved companion for one last walkie, had taken on a skeletal, bestial canine visage, looking like a transformer from Beast Wars, and made by Tim Burton. Lola was crashing into them, running things over, side-swiping, and all manner of things her new form could unleash to protect her human. I fired another flare at one of them, that had manifested physically. A hulking giant brute of a thing that fell backwards, dropping the giant stone it had been getting ready to throw at my Lola. The thing, in physical pain, howled and spasmed on the floor, unused to such horrific sensations brought on by physical laws. Dropping my flare gun to the floor, I grabbed my pistol, enhanced by knowings and using neodymium. Nah. I grabbed my pistol, enhanced by knowings and using neodymium magnetic ammunition. A human alchemical knowing made from super-real laws and materials. It was anathema to them, and made them hurt as they hailed from non-physical realms and places that be. I emptied my pistol into the thing, and managed to kill it before it could revert into ephemeral energies and slink off to somewhere. Hearing Lola squeal, chain grinding and engine revving far into the red, I knew I needed to do more. I did not summon Lola to sacrifice her for time. I pulled the quartz amulet from my neck and shuttered a very old knowing from Cimmeria. The raw mineral, wrapped in copper, glowed bright before eroding in smoke. A lightning bolt from the clear night sky struck the thing holding Lola. My perception and knowings conspiring together to render the thing a blasted, electrified husk of something. I had actually killed 2 things so far this night. They were right to worry. Lola had managed to pin something down. She being ephemeral and physical, just like them, had no trouble doing so to the whatever it was under her. I crouched down low, looking at the thing, trying to get out from under Lola's front tire. Go. Tell your masters, if they want to take me away, they better do it personally. Let it go, Lola. With a rev of a whine, the possessed machine let the thing go. I turned to her, clutching the fragment of a tennis ball between my thumb and finger. You're such a good girl. Look at you, catching that thing. Good girl. I didn't stop heaping praise onto Lola until I realized I was petting a well-maintained motorcycle, then cried as I mourned the loss of my friend for the second time. It was not until I emptied my pockets to sleep in a motel, on my way to another perceptive, that I found a worn and chewed-up tennis ball. Lola still needed walkies. I like that one. That's a nice little bit of urban fantasy there. Oh. Right, who have we got? Net didn't get the princess. Well, I can't remember off the top of my head if I was outright rejected for it. I know there was one series, similar series I wanted to do at the time, which they rejected. But it was sort of like, there's 2 writers with that, and they were unsure, but that was because there was a lot of, this is before the AI text-to-speech stuff, but there was some text-to-speech stuff that stole it, and that's why they were a bit skittish about it, but, you know, I haven't chased them up about it, and, you know, they haven't chased me either, so it's all good. Well, that's the last of my coffee. Let's see what else is on the Discord. Right, yes. Stuff in German. So here we go. Oh, it comes with an English translation. I will do both. So let's swap back to that and let's get on with it. I'm going to try and do it everything in the suggestion box if I can, unless like people start adding more, because there's only not that much more. Yeah. Oh, Emperor. I need to work out if that's stuff you've actually written or not. So, yeah. In fact, I think I might stop at 11 because otherwise I'm going to knacker myself out. But we're going to see where we go. Where we go. Okay. Any update on when the next Just One Drop will be out? Oh, so Just One Drop. I actually
it's semi-regular, but I record 2 a week. So the reason why they're not scheduled up for members is because due to author request, I let the author have a look at the chapters first. But I will admit, it's been a while since I've actually had a look at it. So yeah, I'll get on it. I'll get on with it at some point. Sorry, my voice is going. So 11 will be a good time to stop. It'll be 5 hours though, so a 5-hour stream is fine. So German original lyrics. Dunkels war, der Mond schien hell. Dunkens war, der Mond schien hell. Schnee lag auf der grünen Flur. Aus sein Auto wich es schnell. Langsam Eck Die Ecke fuhr, sorry. Drinnen saßen Stefan Luth. Schwingweigend ins Gespräch vertieft. Als sein Togenschorscher Haas auf der Sandbank Schlittischler lief. I think just the way I'm saying it just sounds natural to me. I'm probably annoying so many people. Ufer auf einer roten Bank, die blau angestrichelt war, saß ein bloßlockter Jüngling mit kohlrabenschwarzem Haar. Neben ihm ne alte Schwul, die kaum erschechen war. Dies aß ne Butterstuhl, die mit Schmalz bestrichen war. Droben auf der Apfelbaum, der sehr süße Binnen trug, hims der Frühlingsletzter Parfum, und et Nüssen not gun. Nico, die saß im Schummelbenest, mit 7 jungen Sienen. Die pfifften in ein Jubelfest und fingen an zu fliegen. Der Elsong Pantoffen an, ist übers Hans geflogen. Und wenn das nicht die Wahrheit ist, so ist es doch gelogen. I don't know. It could be. I don't know what it's saying, but it just makes sense saying it like that in German. Okay. Translation. It was dark. The moon shone bright. It was dark. The moon shone bright. Snow lay upon the green ground as a car drove at lightning speed slowly around the corner. Inside it sat people standing up, deep in silent conversation, as a hare which had been shot to death skated on the sandbank. What the fuck? And on a red bench, which was painted blue, sat a lad with blonde curls who had jet black hair. Next to him was an old crone, who was only just 16. She ate a buttered sandwich which was spread with lard. Up there on the apple tree, which bore very sweet pears, the last plum of spring hung, and there were still enough nuts. A cow which sat in a swallow's nest with 7 young goats. They celebrated their coming of age and began to fly. The donkey put on clogs, flew over the house, and if that's not the truth, it is a lie. What the fuck is that poem? It's just so fucking weird. Okay. Alright. Now, next one is... Oh no, Humans Mortal. There we go. Let's see if it's... How long is it? It's not that long. Alright. Thank you very much, Scriptix, for this one. I don't know if you're watching. Maybe you are. Now, okay, once Rimpapest. Yep. Now, Emperor. I don't know if the Endless Forest or the other one you submitted, they've actually been written by you. If you're able to confirm that, that'll be great. But if it's not written by you, I would need to get permission by the author for these. But if you've written them yourself, that is all good. I'm assuming that permission has been given. Right. I'm going to try and get as many as I can done before 11. Sound better in German. That's because I spoke like this, even though I have no idea what I'm saying. Oh, dear. Well, that's what you get for suggesting things in a foreign language. Although, having said that, that was kind of encouraged. Tigger says it is written by him. Ah, that's brilliant. And one's on Royal Road as well. So if it's on, if the one on Royal Road is quite long, then I'll probably bookmark it, read it, because I read a lot of stuff on Royal Road now, and maybe talk to him about doing a series later, or I don't know which. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm losing it a little bit. Sorry. Let me do a new narration. I promise I haven't lost my shit yet. Right.
The nature of this species is that of a god, yes, but also that of a beast. They have the base bodily demands of a beast, the drives and instincts of a beast, and a form built for life as a beast. And yet, they also have the capacity and desire for the lofty, pure ideals of a god, and the will to accomplish it. Yet in the end, each representative of this species only lives in the time granted unto beasts, rather than the countless eons that those present know. The intelligence speaking was addressing a gathering of other intelligences, sharing with them the discovery that they had found. Someone new, and yet... A silence hung with those gathered. They had elected to gather, physically, in a place distant and between the stars. Each one was encased in matter that was fashioned after their own will and preference. One was cased in crystalline carbon. One resided at the core of a dead star. One elected to surround itself with the remains of rogue planets. Each was unique, and yet they all considered the discovery with mixed reactions. One, from further away, housed in an immense cube of densely packed circuitry and biomass, made a query aloud that each of those attending had been slightly contemplating.
How are we to interact with them, if they are both gods like us, and beasts like those we found upon occasion on planets? How is it even possible for them to exist?
The god who had made the discovery, an intelligence that encased itself in layers of colourful nebulae, answered carefully.
It is not easy. With the short time allotted to them by the limits of the beast, they can only do so much. They seem to barely have enough time to realize their existence and celebrate it before it is gone. For certain, they never live the age necessary to realize the innate capacity of gods to manipulate matter and the forces of the universe at will. And yet... A heavy silence filled the pause. They are many. Like beasts, they have the capacity to reproduce, and their offspring tend to be just as realized as gods, if only in embryo, as their progenitors. And, true to the nature of gods, they have the capacity to share their ideas and thoughts between each other. They have found ways to encode their thoughts with shapes of matter, that they may be transmitted to others after the time allotted to beasts passes. With generations of this sharing of thoughts, they build communities that perform great feats and gather immense knowledge. Together, members of this species have collected information and discovered truths about the universe that beings such as we have never even thought to contemplate. They have built structures of community that they have termed civilization, and each of these structures competes as a whole, made up of the many individuals and their shared goals. They use the power that their forms give them to fight and build and discover together, and their feats live on after them, if only for a time. An intelligence housed in a strange matter star spoke.
What a peculiar state of existence. Do they have a word for it?
Yes, they call it mortality, and there is something amazing that they have discovered in being in this state. They have discovered an immense capacity for self-determination. They display an immense variety of opinions, choices, and developments, and however similar two of their minds become, they are never, never, never exactly the same.
A silence fell over the intelligences gathered. It was a long-held belief that an intelligence was only ever one way, and that they changed predictably as time passed. Were these mortals somehow different? Was it possible that something about them might yield a new depth of intricacy to the universe? Every intelligence thirsted for such stimulation. Another intelligence spoke up, older than most, wrapped in a concentric crystalline shell of calcium deposits.
As godlike as they are still beasts, yes.
Would they not fear us as all beasts do? Would they be willing to engage with us, or would they, with the powers granted to them by their numbers and by their godhood, attempt to destroy us in ways that ordinary beasts cannot? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I might need to stop at 11. Just rest. Because otherwise my throat is going to be dead by Monday and I need to record. But this won't be the last live stream of doing live narrations, because, you know, it's fun enough. And there's certainly plenty more for me to do in the list. That idea gave all gathered pause. While it was difficult, it had happened before. An intelligence would attempt to gather knowledge in a certain way, and the attempt would obliterate them. Each intelligence did not wish to end, for if no other reason than that existence was deemed more interesting than non-existence. The intelligence encased in Nebula gave affirmation. Indeed, it is possible. With their unending numbers, these mortals discover new things and new ways to do things, and new uses for things quite often. There are enough of them that this constant rush of new information could one day pose a threat to our continued existence. This is the main reason behind my calling for a gathering without them, rather than simply introducing them as he would with any other new intelligence. Consider also, their very nature is struggle, duality, and constant change. They have the powers of newborn gods wrapped in the forms of beasts, and as such they are agents of chaos and entropy in a way that neither we nor ordinary matter can even begin to emulate. They not only change themselves, but they spark change in each other, and effect changes in the universe and in the beasts around them. It is a fact that, by altering my behavior and introducing me to new ideas, they have changed me simply by my coming into contact with the knowledge of them. By my sharing of knowledge with all here, they have effected a change in us. Some of us will pursue relations with them, despite the risks. In all fairness, it is bound to be stimulating beyond belief. Some of us will shy away from them and seek other knowledge. Perhaps some of us will attempt to destroy them because of the possible threat. With the concept laid bare to all gathered, the undercurrents of telepathy explaining more in depth, those present contemplated. Thoughts were shared, discussed, and evaluated. This took time, but time was something they all had. The stars around them flowed and flew around, and eventually they came to a conclusion. The mortals were to be considered equals, but only for as long as they lived. The intelligence that was wrapped in the calcium shell, who had named themselves after the sound the two black holes made when they merged, asked one final question to the intelligence wrapped in nebulae, who had elected to name themselves Earl. What have these mortals named themselves as a species? They call themselves humans. Alright, that was fun. Let me go back to the Discord. Wait, why is it dark? Yeah, that's better. What the hell? Cybervirus, hey, you are still going. Hey, yes I am. Not for much longer. I'm planning to stop at 11. It'll be 5 hours. I think it'll be respectful enough. And even though I haven't been able to do all the live reading requests, there's still the possibility for me to do that at a later date when I'm a bit fresh. Because it is very, very hot. I am sweating my ass off, and I want to go to bed. So, But yeah, I'm not used to streaming as is, but streaming for 5 hours still. So I think it's still a very respectful stream. But this can be done again later. Okay. Do you get the pleasure of me in Discord? No. I will be going to sleep. I've been working hard already today, so I'm going to get some good night's sleep, and I'm going to be up tomorrow fresh, and I'm going to try and write some more chapters of Galactic High and get back up to my backlog of 10, although I'm nowhere near that yet. So, right, next. Jackie's and Sapphire's voices from Hunter or Huntress.
Sapphire, what is a ruffle? Excuse you?
Tom keeps calling Jelena that. Kaling, too. What do you think it means? Might be the same as Obergellig more Kaling. He used that one about Poland a few times.
Oh, maybe it's something to do with the Inquisition.
Ah, that's probably it. But why did he call me Umbrugelig then?
Maybe that just means great or something.
The Great Inquisitor. Obergelig Mok Kaling. Ha! I'm Ubrugelig. No. Ha! I'm Ubrugelig. And of course, you must get your best rendition of.
Rod, crod, made flawed.
These are soft in Danish.
Ro, grow, made flawed.
I nailed it. That was perfect. No, I might shout to a voice chat later, but no. I've knackered myself out with recordings and Galactic High. So, as I say, get this once this stream is over. I think I'll just be dropping off the stick because I'm not fresh at the moment. So, yeah, I want to stay healthy where I can. Now, say this: a facetious facsimile of a verisimilitude of vicious visages. Okay, Joe, in the Sniper's voice in Tier 2.
Narrating's a good job, mate. Challenging work. Exercising your voice. I guarantee you'll not go hungry. Because as long as there's 2 people left on the planet, someone is going to want someone to read a script.
Close enough. Optimus Prime.
I am Optimus Prime, and I send this message to any surviving Autobots taking refuge among the stars. We are here. We are waiting.
Never saw Transformers. Okay, when you record yourself speaking this, but Net ignores it. No, I've already done that one. Okay, the Mad Archaeologist Assistant. Let me see if there's... Yeah, that's ooh, that's a bit long. Let's have a look at what's left. So, Tesla the Electrician. Yes, I can do this one. Although, yeah, I don't know these characters. I'm going to have to come up with voices for them. Doing the comic is possible for Hunter x Hunters, but I have already done that story. I'm just gonna check out what's been sent to me. Oh, bloody hell! This Royal Road is 71 chapters. I'm not doing that live, but I will check it out. I will add it to my read later. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to try and do this in order if I can, but yeah. Alright, I tell you what. I might do the Mad Archaeologist Assistant if I can, but for now I'm going to do the Tesla one. And then I've got some more questions in the sub-questions, so I'm going to do this, the Tesla one. Then I'm going to put a bookmark here at the Mad Archaeologist Assistant. And I'm going to actually do that at a later date. And hopefully get that done. So, let's go. Tesla the Electrician. It had been a long day already. At least Holtec thought so. Or Tesla, as he was now called, thanks to Gerald. Those damn little humans started so early in the morning, and then they kept working nearly all day. The sun was starting to set over the small residential area where he was currently. Ah, there we go. The sun was starting to set over the small residential area where he was currently standing on his hind legs snout inside the transformer. Standing on his hind legs, snout inside the transformer. Had that pause there. It was a rather odd sight, he was sure. Despite being a very young dragon, not a day over 50, he had gathered a bit of a crowd. That would never happen back home. The barriers Gerald had set up did at least keep them out of his way, while he worked, though. You figure out which one is dead yet, or did you blow a fuse in your tongue? Gerald shouted down from the ground, teasing as always.
There's two, I think,
Tesla grumbled in reply, trying to come up with some insults of his own. It was hard enough to speak this stupid language, let alone be snarky in it. You done? You talking about the wires or the ladies waiting for me when we're done?
Please, you're fat enough. I struggle to lift you.
Tesla chuckled in reply, happy he got a quib in for once. Nah, you just can't handle my brilliance, Gerald laughed, soon sounding like he was struggling for breath. I still can't believe no one figured out you lot would make good high-voltage techs.
You surely are a genius. This thing needs to be replaced,
the Unblue declared, getting back down to all fours. It was straining standing like that for any length of time, but at least he'd been able to afford one of those funny belts coming out of Bismarcky Island. The damn oil for it was far from cheap, though. You got it, big guy, Joe replied, noting something down on his clipboard.
Says the fat ass.
Hey now, there is funny and there is hurtful. The little round human chuckled. No. I think this voice is too much like Jerry, so I've got to change it a little bit.
Says the fat ass.
Hey now, there is funny and there is hurtful, the little round human replied with a chuckle. I guess we need to fetch one then.
I take exception to the we in that statement.
Oh no, we are. Mainly because I need to sign for it.
Oh, for fuck's sake. When will you people figure out a way for me to do that?
When you figure out how to go to college. It's just a quick jaunt, shouldn't be too hard, Joel retorted, walking up to Tesla, then looking at him expectantly. The dragon just looked away, pretending to have found something fascinating, which to be honest wasn't hard here. There was a very odd-looking miniature house he hadn't seen before outside one of the homes. It looked just like a real house, just tiny, and with a big hole in the front wall for some reason. Oh, come on, Joel tried again, sounding rather more annoyed. Tesla just kept ignoring him, until the human let out an annoyed huff and went to try and climb up the small rope ladder that dangled from Tesla's right shoulder. You are being very difficult today, you know that, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you rather walk?
There was some more grumbling, as Gerald got strapped into the rather odd saddle Tesla had made for him, using a seat from what Gerald called a roller coaster. That, combined with all the tools and spools of wire, also currently hanging from Tesla's back, made him look more like a travelling trader selling odd trinkets from far-off lands than a working dragon back home. Not to mention these damn reflective strips and flashing lights he had to wear for some stupid reason. Right, it's getting a little dim. Lights are on... Ooh. Sarah Pro, far freaking out, unsubscribe. My favourite channel, I apologise for not leaving more positive comments. He's alright. This is a positive comment as it is, so thank you very much. Feed the algorithm. Best... I thought you said best deranged AI narrator. What? Best danged AI narrator I've ever experienced. I'm not an AI narrator. I'm a real boy. No. I'm assuming there's a few typos in there. I'll take it. Right, it's getting a little dim. Lights are one good to go, Gerald let out as Tesla heard the safety bar lock.
Right then, just need a place to... Oh, crap.
Tesla replied, looking down the street he had come in to land on, which was currently chock full of cars either wanting to get past his little safe space or just get home. Damn rush hour, Gerald grumbled from behind him. Tesla sighed, hearing the unmistakable sound of chubby fingers tapping on glass as Gerald consulted his phone. There is a multi-story car park about half a mile from here without a roof on maps.
Fucking damn it! Excuse me!
Tesla roared out, making the small crowd disperse as he started walking down the sidewalk, which only just fit him. "It pays to be small here," he chuckled to himself. He was only a 5-ton dragon, which even for his age was a touch on the small side, even for a blue his age. But here it made him just nimble enough to work small jobs like this one. There had been both honking and shouting and staring, as he made his way through rush hour traffic, arriving at this magical car parking building. "Oh, you bitch!" Tesla let out, looking at the sign saying max 8'2" feet. "It's gonna be better..." No. "It's gonna be taller inside. Just duck your head a few times." "I have a damn chair on my back too," Tesla grumbled, looking around for any alternatives, getting nothing but congested sidewalks and busy roadways. "Fine. Get off." "Aw, man," Gerald let out, as he unstrapped himself, climbing down the ladder. On the list of things Tesla hated, tight space... No. On the list of things Tesla hated... No. On the list of things Tesla hated, tight spaces was pretty high on the list. So he couldn't help but wonder if this was all worth it, as he crawled up 6 stories of car park on his belly, and trying his best not to scratch any of the doubtlessly expensive cars. His day was made infinitely better by Gerald walking alongside, making fun of him nearly the whole way up. At least when he wasn't shouting at Tesla for getting too close to a nice car. "You comfy there, big guy?" Still beats plowing. Oh, that was a nice one. So, what I'm going to do, since a few of these ones are a bit longish for where I want to be right now, I'm going to put a bookmark here, and I'm going to answer a few of the questions, because a few of them have... there's a few more notifications there. Right, what way? Used a book. I used nice to bookmark that one. Right, yes. I remember that I did that one before. But at the end, as far as there's, over 70 chapters of Roll Road, I'm not doing that live. As a series, maybe. But I'll need to have a read of it first. Anywho, let's go into some questions. There. Leonard Norling, member for 12 months, lol. Thank you very much for being a member, Leonard. I appreciate it. Right, a very convincing AI narrator. Fuck off. Yes. I didn't expect you to read all of it. All of what? All of the what I just read? Yeah, it's fine. I have read a few long things tonight, but since I'm looking to wrap it up, I will draw it to a pause there. But I will do the others. I think I'll give it a little while, and then I'll lock the thread, and I'll make sure to do all of these, and then I will decommission these temporary channels, because they were only temporary. But we'll do a follow-up with something else, with another kind of live narration live stream later. So anyway, let's have a look at the questions. If we have any. Okay. Do you... No. Okay. The only one is asked by Ghost, what is your favourite colour? Which I already answered, which is black. Which just suits me. No particular reason. Okay. Yeah. I will be ending it here. My throat is dead. I can't really talk that much more. I can sort of feel it swollen. So I sort of want to mitigate that before it, chokes me in my sleep or something. Ooh. Plus, I was recording something else earlier today too, so yeah, I've got to give myself a rest. When will the next stream be? Can't do next weekend because I've got to go. I'm basically house shopping. I need to find a place to live, so that's what I'm doing next weekend. So it might be the weekend after. Okay. Good point. We've got time for the V for Vendetta speech. I will do that. I will do the V for Vendetta speech, and then I will lock the live readings. In fact, I'm going to lock it now.
Well, once I fucking work out how to do that, to be honest. Right. Allow members to send messages in the channel? Nope. Okay. Got a very important one to flex that Brit accent. V's speech. V's speech from V for Vendetta. Let me... Yep, I'm on there. Voila. In view, a humble vaudevillain veteran, cast vicariously as both victim and villain by the vicissitudes of fate. This visage is no mere veneer of vanity, is a vestige of the vox populi, now vacant, vanished. However, this valorous visitation of a bygone vexation stands vivified, and has vowed to vanquish these venal and virulent vermin, vanguarding vice and vouchsafing the violently vicious and voracious violation of volition. He carves a V into a sign. The only verdict is vengeance, a vendetta, held as a votive, not in vain, for the value and veracity of such shall one day vindicate the vigilant and the virtuous. Verily, this choice of verbiage veers most verbose, so let me simply add that it is my very good humour to meet you, and you may call me Net. I would say that's a good send-off. Okay, Dell's given me one here. Wenn ist das nicht so gut in Stule mehr? Ja, bei Hundhörder oder der Flippenwald gespielt. Oh, bloody hell. Gravestone Tin, thank you very much for the $20. Hope you feel better. Well, I do feel better after that. But no, I just need to have a sleep. Hopefully my throat will chill. And thank you for being a member for 12 months as well. God, we've got a sudden influx of comments. My apologies. Could we hear Billy Bob Space Trucker sing "I've Been Working on the Road"? No, not with my throat as it is, but definitely maybe in the next stream. And do 100 something more? Absolutely. So yeah. The next stream, let me check. Right, next weekend. Oh, actually. So next weekend is the 27th, 28th. I'm away then, but I will be back. So I tell you what, we can coincide this with the end of month special on July the 31st on Wednesday. So normally what I do with end of month specials is like I try and do a community meet. So if I do the stream at that community meet, do a few live narrations, because there's a special, I might record it rather than stream, but I would also do it on Discord so people can listen. So it will be then. I'm going to do what I can right now. I'm just going to have a quick look what I've got. The stuff from the Endless Forest from Emperor is too long. But too long for a live stream anyway. I never say never. Okay, that one can get me fucking banned. Oh no, the Charlie Chapman. It's Charlie Chapman one. No, that's not the wrong. No, someone sent me another link, which is where is it? Yeah. Okay, so it's rap, but there's a lot of swearing in it. So there's a rap which might get me banned. I can pause that one. The one Emperor sent is too fucking long. Jesus, good God. Oh no, they've sent two. Let me have a look at the second one. Okay, that's a short one, but some of these I will save for next time. So the second story from Emperor, not the one on Raw Road, and Flint's the final speech from the Great Dictator. I've done most of it at least, so I'm very happy with that. And maybe next time we can have a few more. I'm just going to check under the post to see if we've got any more questions. But if not, that may be a good place to call it. Right, YouTube tabs. don't necessarily want to be in that. That's the data for the live stream. Okay, no more comments under the post. And okay, yeah, and looks like that's it. So yeah, that was very, very fun. Did go a little bit long, 5 hours, but you know, I've got it's 100,000 subscribers, so thank you so much for that. And as people are saying, to the next 100,000. Let's say 200,000. We'll see. But either way, I think I'm gonna keep doing what I do best. I'm gonna keep making the content. Hopefully, I'm gonna keep you guys entertained. That's far more important than, you know, any arbitrary numbers. So I just want to keep the content coming. I'm gonna keep it entertaining for you. Got to keep the quality up. And you know, maybe get a few new things in here to keep you guys entertained, keep you guessing as to what other crazy stuff I'm doing. So I can't not necessarily a 21-hour Shadowrun video, but October will be an interesting month for videos as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, as you can see, my voice is buzzing a lot. I'm stuttering a hell of a lot, so this will be a good place to end it. I know people might want to hang out in Discord afterwards, but really I'm just so tired. So I'm going to do the responsible thing for a change, and I'm going to have an early, well, not an early night. It's still quite late here, but I'm going to have a decent night. I'm going to be fresh for Sunday, and well, we can talk some other time. All right, but thank you very much for that. It's been an absolute pleasure as always, and thank you so much for everything. And yeah, we got the new pet name as well. So I'll catch you in the pod.